End Bad Governance in Nigeria protests have been released. Poland Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski disclosed this on Wednesday via X. The Nigerian government had arrested 7 Polish citizens in Kano over suspicions of their involvement in the brandishing of Russian flags during the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. Faulting their arrest, the Polish authorities said they were University of Warsaw students and a teacher who found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, Sikorski said with the release of the group, they would return to Poland soon. The federal government said it recovered over 83 billion naira, $609 million, 5.4 million euros in liquid assets between 2017 and 2023 following the introduction of whistleblowing policy by the immediate past administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. It also disclosed that all recoveries were lodged in the Federal Government of Nigeria Assets Recovery Account maintained by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation and domiciled in the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Director of Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit, PICA, Ministry of Finance, Yusuf Sule, made the disclosure yesterday in Abuja at a sensitization workshop on the implementation of the whistleblowing policy in Nigeria, issues, challenges, and way forward. But Sule did not provide any hint on immovable assets recovered during the review period. In his keynote address, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, stated that the whistleblowing policy established clear procedures for reporting financial malpractices. Edun said these had helped in ensuring confidentiality and protection of whistleblowers.
Permit me to state that it is our collective responsibility to create an environment where the Nigerian people, the Nigerian populace feel confident and protected in reporting unethical, illegal, untoward, wrong practices that can jeopardize the interests of all, that can jeopardize the development of our country that we so earnestly seek. The successful whistleblowing policy involves receiving verifiable reports, conducting thorough investigations to authenticate them, and taking appropriate action to enforce compliance with the law. We are committed to implement the present government's agenda to the letter, and therefore no stone would be left unturned to ensure that a legal framework is put in place to drive the implementation of the policy.
The whistleblowing policy since its inception in December 2016 has proved to be one of the veritable tools in uncovering corrupt practices within the public and private sectors. It has empowered citizens to report to the relevant authorities about identified misappropriation of public funds and other fraudulent activities.
The Nigerian government has scheduled a follow-up meeting with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on September 6. This additional time has been allocated to effectively address the concerns raised by the union. The Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, stated this in Abuja at the end of a closed-door meeting with ASU. Professor Mamman announced that a new executive of the leadership of the Pro-Chancellors has been formed to address the concerns raised by the lecturers. Similarly, a joint committee comprising ASU, the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Universities Commission, NUC, and the Ministry of Labor has been set up to escalate the implementation of all residual issues, especially those with presidential directives. The ASU President, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, expressed optimism that by the next meeting, all the issues would be resolved.
We have worked out modalities on how to make progress on them. And hopefully, we see a very good window to the resolution of the issues. So the task before us now is to work on those modalities and processes and procedures we all agreed to solving the problems. And so we are coming back again, we're convening on 6th of September.
What they have done between the last time we met and today, and we have reviewed them, and there are still gaps, and we believe that let's also give the government between now and our next meeting to see what they would have done on those issues.
As Edo State marks its 33rd year anniversary, a former commissioner of information in the state, Honorable Kazeem Afegbua, has said there is nothing to celebrate about, while noting that in the last 7.5 years, the Governor Obaseki-led administration has been nothing but deceptive to the people. Afegbua, who spoke to journalists in Benin City, the Edo State capital, claimed that the people of the state have only experienced several promises and failed tactics of the current administration, which is about to wind down by 12th of November later in the year, when Governor Obaseki will be handing over to a person who will emerge winner of the next month's governorship election in the state. He further listed several projects the governor promised the people while campaigning for his election in 2016, a situation he said has left the people of the state more perplexed. He, however, called on the people of the state to be mindful of whom they will be choosing as the next governor of the state come September 21.
You can't give what you don't have. If you have a genuine heart to serve Edo people, your genuine heart should reflect in the policies and programs you carry out. How do you reconcile it, my brother, that an Obaseki or a federal government sent 20 trucks of rice to Edo? The governor did not disclose to anybody. They went and hid all this rice in their PDP chieftain's home until the end bad governance protest that exposed his hypocrisy, exposed him to the whole world. The people's rights that is meant for the people, you are hiding them. You want to rebag them into Edo State rice, as if you are the one presenting to the people. Then you allow people to be abusing the federal government of not doing anything. Aside from that, they have given 10 billion naira to Edo State in the last 1 year for security support.
From Kano State comes the report that the state governor, Alhaji Abba Yusuf, has given 1 week to the state's accountant general to close all accounts belonging to all ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, in the state and revert to a central billing system. The governor gave the directive yesterday during a meeting held at the Government House with the Kano State Internal Revenue Service, KIRS, chairman and heads of MDAs. According to him, the decision to adopt and implement a central account was to ensure proper account and utilization of the state finances for effective governance. He directed all MDAs to comply with all the provisions of the Kano State MDA Revenue and Harmonization Law. Governor Yusuf, however, assured citizens of the state, particularly the taxpayers, of the effective use of the funds to impact their lives and the economy of the state. Femi Gbajabiamila, President Bola Tinubu's chief of staff, has called for establishing a counterpart funding model between the federal and state governments to respond effectively to disaster outbreaks in the country. He urged the management of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to look inward to creatively fashion ways to mobilize funding for its disaster prevention and mitigation responsibilities. He made the remarks when he paid an official visit to NEMA's headquarters as part of the resolutions of the recent retreat for presidential appointees. This is as the Director General of NEMA, Mrs. Zibaidu Umar, has disclosed that the agency has provided 626,135 relief materials to 102,232 people who were affected by various disasters, including floods, banditry, and fire outbreaks between January and now.
It wasn't just set up for the sake of setting up a disaster agency. It was set up to address a problem. The question we need to ask ourselves is that problem, or whatever it was set up, the mandate it was given, has that problem been addressed, and to what extent has it been addressed? For me, and for many of us, the mandate that NEMA has is basically two-pronged. One is prevention of disaster. The other one is to mitigate disaster when it does happen.
The funding they get has been significantly reduced by the fact that part of that funding is going directly to the states from the ecological fund. Each state is mandated to set up its own state emergency management, which is supposed to be literally the first responder. And in that respect, they're also supposed to have local government structures.
From other parts of Africa, Haitian forces working with the police sent from Kenya have launched a joint operation to oust criminal gangs from one of the roughest neighborhoods of Haiti's capital, Prime Minister Gary Conille said on Wednesday. Conille spoke at the hospital in Port-au-Prince, where 3 Haitian policemen were recuperating after being injured in a shootout on Tuesday during the joint operation in the impoverished and gang-controlled neighborhood of Bel Air. Conille did not provide further details of the operation and did not take questions during his brief news conference, but he called on Haitians to cooperate with police and share information to help reduce crime. More than 3,200 killings have been reported in Haiti from January to May. Gangs that control 80% of the Port-au-Prince have left more than 500,000 people homeless in recent years as they fight to control more territory. Outside Africa, Pavel Durov, CEO and co-founder of Telegram, has been formally charged by French authorities with multiple violations related to the operation of the popular messaging app. Durov, a 39-year-old Franco-Russian billionaire, was arrested on August 24, 2024 at La Bourget Airport near Paris under a warrant issued for his alleged involvement in various criminal activities facilitated through Telegram. The charges against Durov include complicity in the administration of an online platform enabling illicit transactions, refusal to cooperate with authorities by withholding requested documents, and the dissemination of child pornography images. He also is accused of facilitating drug trafficking, fraud, and money laundering through the app. Despite the severity of the charges, Durov was granted conditional release after posting a bail of 5 million euros. Under the terms of his release, he must remain in France, report to a police station twice a week, and is prohibited from leaving the country, according to a statement from the Paris prosecutor, Laura Becot. In business news, Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) has announced that the final deadline for the compliance with the National Identity Number (NIN) Subscriber Identification Module (SIM) linkage policy is September 14, 2024. This directive marks the culmination of the federal government's 2020 initiative to link all SIMs to NINs, a move aimed at enhancing the security and integrity of Nigeria's digital economy. According to Ruben Moka, NCC Director of Public Affairs, in a statement on Wednesday, said over 153 million SIMs had been successfully linked to NINs, reflecting a 96% compliance rate, a significant rise from the 67.7% recorded in January 2024. Despite this progress, the NCC is urging Nigerians to ensure 100% compliance before the deadline, stressing the importance of this linkage in reducing fraud, cybercrime, and supporting financial inclusion. The Commission also revealed that through collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor and the National Identity Management Commission, cases of individuals possessing excessively high numbers of SIM cards, with some exceeding 100,000, have been uncovered. In entertainment news, Nigerian superstar Wizkid made a significant gesture at his recent sold-out concert in London. He surprised his DJ, Tunez, by paying him 10 million naira to play Ashake's hit song, Fuji Vibe. The unexpected payment delighted the audience, who cheered and applauded enthusiastically. DJ Tunez's performance of Fuji Vibe became a major highlight of the night, with the crowd singing along. This generous act from Wizkid further solidifies his reputation as a supportive and influential figure in the Nigerian music industry. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I had a terrible experience with relaxers growing up, and I didn't want her to go down that route. So for me, I had to go in and find out the best ways and safest ways to grow her hair. And in doing that and in finding out a lot of information, I found a lot of women wanted to do that as well, but they didn't have the information or the background, and I needed to find a way to help them out. And then in doing that, I also decided to found Davella Naturals, which is bringing out the products, ensuring that women had the best care, and also building a community of women who wanted to showcase their inner beauty by the growth of their hair, basically.
And that's
Very-
just talking about
Very
hair.
refreshing,
Yes.
you know, because if you look around now, maybe 80%, 90% of African women, Nigerian women, would like the,
Yes.
okay? So it's the wig that does it. So what you're saying now is you have to keep the natural
You
natural.
have to care for the hair underneath.
Okay.
Because at some point in time, you have to have that confidence. There's some days you're not going to feel like putting on the
Putting
wig
on-
cap and wearing the wig. You also have to have the confidence of the hair underneath all of that. So I tell my clients that the health of your hair is most paramount. Not necessarily the length, not necessarily how it looks, but how you look after it and how it makes you feel. Because a woman's hair is her crown
That's
I
right.
at the
know.
end of the day.
All right. So what does it actually take to become a natural hair expert as well as run a successful business around it?
Okay, the most important thing is to have the passion for it, and then the knowledge and the expertise as well. You have to stay on top of current trends. You have to know what it is that is for long-term stay and what it is that people are just fascinated about. I mean, at some point in time, people were looking at putting raw egg in their hair, raw powder. Okay, what will make this one grow? Okay, if I mix
Aloe
garlic
vera,
and
raw.
onion
Yeah.
and this thing, and that's not saying that those things are not good in and of itself, but you have to get to the compound, the chemical compound of those things in order to get the essence of what it is that they can use to care for their hair. So I always tell my clients that we at Davella Naturals, we redefine hair care, which is to let you know that, okay, you don't need to go around looking for the next best thing. Oh, this one will work or that one will work. You need to know the basics, how to look after it, how to wash it, how often do you wash it, how long do you care for it. So the passion for it, the knowledge behind it, and then being able to be innovative and change with the people that come up, but also knowing that some things are constant in the business.
Well, I'll just have you know that I represent the men,
Yes.
in our society. And we've always been told that we are the crown, we're the women's crown. But you just said to me that really, that's not true.
That the hair
it's
is.
your hair that is your crown.
Well, when a woman stands beside her man,
Yes.
she has to be able to present herself in a way that he's going to be proud.
Okay.
And when she's confident and proud in her crown, he is also confident and proud in his crown.
So you
There
can
you have it.
So you can have a double crown.
Exactly.
anyhow, the natural hair trend, has transitioned into more of a lifestyle actually
Yes,
in
it has.
Africa, over there, and even beyond.
Yes.
And that's over this maybe 10 years. Now, what would you say is responsible for that?
Okay, for me, it's a growing movement of women understanding who they are and drawing back from a lot of Eurocentric ideas. Growing up, we had relaxers because our mothers thought that that was the easiest way to look after your hair. Oh, your hair is hard. Oh, your hair is strong. You go to the salon.
And you're battling when
madam,
you're combing it.
you're giving yourself a headache, not knowing how to handle the hair, And then also with a lot of research that have come out with the dangers of long-term use of some certain relaxers. I mean, in the US, the FDA is looking on how to ban relaxers in the US because they have seen the health repercussions concerning women. So a lot of women have come back to be like, okay, my true natural hair, what exactly does it take for me to look after it? And then they see the beauty in the hair itself, and the versatility in looking after it, and they're proud. Because the pride in your own self is the most important thing in looking after your hair at the end of the day.
Wow.
Hair pride.
Hair pride. Okay, so how sustainable really is setting up a natural hair business in Nigeria? you know, sustainable in the terms of how many people really are interested in keeping their hair natural? How many women, for example, can, you know, when you think of how difficult it is to keep it, you talked about the basics, which we didn't go into, apart from washing, how often do you wash and all that. How sustainable is it? How much of a business can it be, you know, in this setting?
Okay, so for a lot of women, I've seen that they struggle with the hard hair, strong hair mentality first. I always tell people that healthy hair is the main cause first. So if you are still in that mindset of, oh, I need to relax my hair, okay, fine. If you need to relax it, don't do it every 2 months. Maybe do it every 4 months. Then extend it to every 6 months. In the process, you then now find out how to look after your hair in between. So how often are you conditioning it? How often are you going to the salon? If you go to the salon, are you able to tell your stylist this and this and this? Now, the hair care industry is a multi-million-naira industry. The only thing that is probably hindering a lot of people is that there's no proper regulation. And NAFDAC, as well as they are trying to help, they're not necessarily making it easy. And then we also need government to help in terms of loans, in terms of, you know, banks and government being able to give us the right backing, you know, to build industry, to be able to manufacture these things, because we are not struggling within ourselves. We are struggling with international brands, the Shea Moistures, the Cantus, the Carol's Daughters. These brands have come in, and mind you, they get their raw materials from here. Their cocoa from Ghana, their shea butter from Ivory Coast, from Nigeria as well. They take it abroad, they manufacture these products and they bring it back. So why do we have to go through that journey when we have companies like mine who make these things in-house? And then also, they need to be able to give us the ability to import a lot of the raw materials that we need to make these products. So access to loans, access to government backing, ability to make the manufacturing industry grow, and we will definitely see a boom in hair care manufacturing in Nigeria.
Is it unnatural
you must feel
hair?
so awkward talking about this.
I'm so awkward. I'm looking for the words. Now, wigs, right, have come as an escape route for a lot of people, to the point that some may even say, hey, who needs natural hair after all? If I can just, you know, quickly put on a wig and go on. You know, so what would be your advice to women who rock their natural hair and might have been a little bit confused with the knocks that natural hair has been taking? What would be your advice to them?
Okay, I think I know to what you're alluding to, which is the current viral video that has been going around with a certain woman of God who has said some things that are not palatable. Now, to say those kind of things in an atmosphere where natural hair is still being groomed is actually quite damaging. Damaging to the esteem of some women who listen and take to heart what things that are said from the pulpit. To say that, quote unquote, who natural hair help, it actually helps a lot, because if you wear your wigs constantly, you will not wear it to sleep. Yeah, you are not going to wear your wig to sleep.
Unless you're with your new boyfriend.
You're not going to wear your wig to sleep. You're not going to wear your wig, you know, when you wake up in the morning. You have to be able to confidently look at that person in the mirror and say that the wig is an accessory to my beauty.
That's right.
It doesn't define my beauty. So at the end of the day, if you sit, I mean, for example now, Made Kuti just got married this past week. His wife had different kinds of natural hairstyles all through their wedding, from her afro to an updo to a pin-up look, and they were all very beautiful. And I say that to say this: it doesn't matter if you wear a wig or you do not wear a wig. The person that is meant for you is meant for you at the end of the day.
Okay, I see your hair.
Yes.
It must be natural.
Yes, it is.
Because you are
the ambassador.
Yes, I am the ambassador. And for a lot of us, we think that it's difficult to keep a long hair and still have it natural. Because when it's short, a lot of people who do natural hair, the low cut thin is it for them. So if I want to keep my hair long, and you said something a while ago that really, it resonated with me, that when you look at yourself in the mirror, you see your real you.
Yes.
Not with a wig.
Yes.
But the real you with your hair as
Yes.
it is natural. So just give us those tips now that ladies, women watching this show, and for a few who would like to also take it to the next level, business level, what do we have to do, like in 2 minutes?
Okay, if in terms of caring for your hair, whether you are currently relaxed or you have natural hair, I would suggest ensure that you have a good clarifying shampoo, a good conditioner, deep conditioner preferably, leave-in conditioner, a good hair oil, and a hair moisturizer. Those are your basic tools that you need. Never allow your hairstylist use a rat tail comb, which is those very, very slim, thin combs on your hair. That's the first route to hair breakage. Always use a wide tooth comb. Whether you have relaxed hair or you have natural hair, a wide tooth comb ensures that it detangles easily, especially when you're doing your hair. The quickest way when you're going to bed, have a satin hair cap or a satin pillowcase. Or if you don't have any of those, you have an old lingerie, old satin nightgown that you have in your cupboard somewhere that you've kept. Use it to wrap around your pillowcase, because cotton absorbs oil from your pillowcase and the friction rubs on your hair, which makes it difficult for you to keep length. So when women complain about length, I always tell them that consistency is key when you're doing your hair maintenance and you're doing your hair regimen. Make sure that you're consistent. If you're going to the salon, make sure that you understand what it is that your stylist is doing to your hair, and that they are not ignorant of how it is, and that you yourself are knowledgeable so that you can teach them, no, I don't want that. Use this instead. No, I don't want that comb. Because you should also have the confidence, you're paying for this thing, to tell them that I don't need this, I want this, and I want that. And then also in the business segment, ensure that you are willing to learn. You are willing to put in the work to be able to say, this is what I want to do, and this is how I want to do it. And also know that your friends and family are always your first customers in whatever business that you start.
This has turned into a masterclass on natural hair for free.
Free, yes sir.
And of course, what I'm thinking about now is my hair cap. I'll go get my old haircut.
Yes. Probably. I always tell people that our hair care products are not just for women; they're also for men as well. Especially men who are trying to grow their beard.
Oh, really?
Yes, our hair oil has been used. By a lot of men.
There's a chin guard.
Exactly. And then we've had a lot of success with that as well.
Anyway, quickly, let's just let's even find out. Because it can't be all rosy. What challenges have you found that you and your colleagues face in the business of hair care in Nigeria?
It's definitely not rosy. It's definitely not rosy. You have a lot of, like I said earlier on, access to loans is very difficult. You have to either have a fallback, or you have, your family and friends, like I said, are very important when you're starting out your business. In getting marketing is also another thing, and then convincing people that made in Nigeria is also very good, because we are an export European mindset kind of. If it's not made abroad, it's not good enough. So we are trying to change that narrative. Buy the Naira, grow the Naira, made in Nigeria is very important. And knowing that there are actually good quality hair care products made here in Nigeria, affordable enough for you to not want to spend tens of thousands on products made abroad. But we know what it is that is good for Nigerian hair, good for the Nigerian environment, and that will work best for Nigerian women.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. Today at the bar, it's all about iridescence, because the light that shines through the brilliance of my amazing guest today cannot be dimmed by any sort of disability. So I'll not focus on that. But I will tell you for the purpose of clarity that Precious and Onyeko Sola are legally blind and Favor is deaf. These beautiful young women are students, and during this holiday, they are residents at Dreamland Foundation. More than anything, they want to live in an inclusive society, not in a prescribed box of disability. So at the Literary Bar today, we want to give them a platform for creative expression. Today with me, I have Victoria, my special sign language teacher, and Mofe will be giving us the Nigerian national anthem after the break. In Nigeria, we use the American Sign Language, ASL, to communicate in the deaf community. Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet in 1817 set up the first American school for deaf and incorporated signs from different cultures. However, an American missionary, Thomas Foster, is credited with introducing ASL to Nigeria and Africa. Now we're going to invite Mofe to give us the national anthem. Mofe, the beautiful Mofe.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's all are proud to say, our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle or not, and this we count as gain. To hand to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
So I'm applauding. When you want to clap for a deaf person, you do this to get their attention. So I just want all of you to raise up your hands for Mofe. Mofe, how are you? I know a bit of sign language, but I'm going to leave it to Victoria to continue. I've finished all I know. So Victoria, can you tell Mofe that we are so proud of her? Thank you. And we enjoyed the anthem that she gave. Okay? And then we hope she'll come back again. So can she tell us something, anything about herself, so that you can tell us back again?
My name is Mofe Awotumbo. The name of my school is Wesley School 1 for the hearing impaired. I want to be a computerist in future.
A computerist. A computerist. Okay, so Mofe is already a tech girl, and we are looking forward to your inventions, okay? Thank you. Thank you. And so after the break, we will join the extremely talented girls from Dreamland Foundation. They are blind, but their light is not dimmed at all. Do join us after the break. Welcome back. I have with me my very lovely guest. But before then, let me give you a backstory into the education for the blind and visually impaired. Louis Braille was born in 1809, and at the age of 3, a horrible accident in his father's workshop cost him his sight. He went on to invent a tactile system of reading and writing for the blind and visually impaired in 1824. He was just 15 then. This system is called Braille and is still in use to this day. Of course, technology has improved accessibility to education with apps and audiobooks for the people who are blind. Oyinkansola is going to take us in an Oriki, but before she comes on to give us that, I want to tell you something that happened recently. Southwestern states in Nigeria marked Isheshe Day on August 20th. It's a day dedicated to celebrating traditional religious beliefs and practices. Isheshe just means heritage or tradition. The day is set aside to honor and promote indigenous Yoruba spirituality, which includes the worship and veneration of Orisha. Isheshe Day serves as an important reminder of the rich cultural heritage of Yoruba people. A lot of people have taken umbrage with the recognition of this day because our indigenous religious worship is now deemed demonic and all adherents are hellbound. But God is beyond all of these petty squabbles. If there's any true religion, it is love. So to honor God, Oyinkansola will give us an original Oriki done by her, dedicated to God Almighty. Before she comes on, I want to acknowledge Oluomo Diekola Ismail Adifowokwe, DIA, for sponsoring the Oriki Iwo competition in Osun State. Congratulations to the winner. When we come back after the break, Oyinkansola will perform her Oriki right here. Do join us after the break.
Ìbà kọ́dáyé o, ìbà ṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run o, mojúbà bàbá tó dá mi sáyé, ìbà rẹ ni mo ṣe. Ọba mi tó tẹ́rẹ̀ kárí ayé o, ọba mi rẹ̀rẹ̀ ó sùn, gbanigbani, múnimúni, fẹ̀ǹfẹ̀fẹ̀ǹfẹ̀, kábìtìkábìtì, ọba lánàá, ọba lónìí, ọba ní títí ayérayé, ìbà rẹ ni mo ṣe. Mo dúpẹ́ rírí jẹ, mo dúpẹ́ rírí ná, mo dúpẹ́ rírí lò, mo dúpẹ́ fún ààbò rẹ lórí àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà. Tàbá ní ká dúpẹ́ oore tí Ọlọ́run ṣe fún wa látìgbà tá ti bí wa títí dàkókò yìí, a ò lè kà á tán. Mo wá gbà ládùúrà wípé kí Ọlọ́run kí ó bùkún Nàìjíríà fún wa.
First of all, I just want to say, well done, Oyinka, for that beautiful rendition of her Oriki titled Iba. If you were just joining us, you missed a lot. Oyinkansola's rendition was simply amazing. I told you that these girls are so brilliant, that their star is shining so bright, and disability is not an issue. If you thought that was amazing, I told you Precious wanted to become a journalist, so she's gone out and brought a particular tale, a cautionary tale to young people like herself. So I'm just going to let Precious, and for the first time on Literary Bar, we have our own correspondent. So let me hand it over to our correspondent, Precious. Please tell us what's happening.
A 21-year-old female student of the Kwara College of Health Education Technology, Mojisola Awesu, who was contracted by her friend to act as a girlfriend for another private varsity student at a party for the sum of 15,000 naira, has been found dead at a refuse dump in Aleniboro area of Ilorin, Kwara State capital. Now the news in recap. Kwara female student acts as girlfriend for 15,000 naira. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, amazing. I mean, they have it all. And nothing should stand in between Precious and her desire to become a journalist. If you wonder how she's been reading this news, I want her to tell you the materials she's been able. She has a book that I can't read, by the way. And this is the first time I'm seeing a book, I cannot read it. But there's something special about this book. We told you about Louis Braille. So I'm going to let Precious tell you just a little bit about the material that is enabling her to read what you and I cannot read. And we sabi Bukabi. So tell us, how are you able to do this?
As visually impaired, we make use of different materials, such as marble, which is this, then the stylus, which we use to write on it.
Okay.
We also have the writers to enable us type what those that can see will be able to read. But since I just want to read my own news now, knowing that I'll read it alone, I made use of my marble and stylus.
Wow, well done, well done. Okay, Oyinka, we're not leaving you out because I know that you are a talented musician, and that Oriki you did was just so powerful. And I know that you did that under a very short time. So what's your inspiration for your music?
Actually, I don't know how to sing before until I got blind, and now I'm learning keyboard and sax to improve my singing, and I would like to be a great musician in the future, an actress.
Okay, an actress, yes. And she gets her inspiration for her Orikis from Nollywood movies, right? Yes, especially the Yoruba ones. Yes. Now, before I let you ladies go, I want you to say something to people who always imagine that being blind means you are incapable. What do you want them to know or to do better by you?
When I got blind, I actually thought all
How
hope
old were you
was
when you
lost.
got blind?
Let me see, 8, 9.
You're 8, 9. Was it a sickness? Is it something you're comfortable talking about?
No, I just woke up and noticed that the sight was beginning to, go little by little.
Wow. But then your parents exposed you to education.
Yes.
And then here you are. So that education is something that is available to people, just that parents should know. And where did you start your education that facilitated this?
Pacheli School for the Blind.
Pacheli School for the Blind. And now you are in secondary school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And both of you are in the same school?
Yes.
But you are coming out from a particular place today. Where is that?
Dreamland Foundation for the Disabled.
Okay, so what do you do at Dreamland as well?
We have a lot of things doing there.
Okay.
Aside the fact that we are residents, we have the opportunity to learn a lot of things, such as instruments like keyboard, saxophone, and also we have the opportunity to learn computer, which they don't give us opportunity to do while
in school,
in secondary school.
Why? Because they think you're not.
Yeah, they think we can't do it. Maybe because the sight is not there, they just feel like, oh, they are blind, so they shouldn't do anything.
So what you're asking for now is that people should include you in life activities and adventures.
Yes.
And not just treat you like, oh, they are blind, so they just feel pity for them. Yes. No, you're not. You're actually not begging for an opportunity. You are insisting that as a Nigerian, all opportunities available to every Nigerian child should be made available to you, right?
Yes.
So you can hear them. They want to be included in life as a Nigerian child. So please, ladies, gentlemen, government, let your policies be such that these children, even though they are deprived of their sight for whatever reason that may have happened, sickness, accident, or just, they insist that they should be included in all activities. By the way, they cook. So next time you girls come here, you're bringing food. right? You are
Yes.
bringing food for me. And I know at Dreamland, you people learn cooking as well.
Yes.
Hairdressing, shoemaking, tailoring.
Fashion.
So I'm going to ask somebody who knows a little bit more about Dreamland after the break. Mr. Joshua Olakunle is going to join us after the break to tell us more about Dreamland Foundation. Welcome back to the Literary Bar. And I hope you have been entertained and you have also been learning while you were watching. These children are residents at the Dreamland Foundation, and I have with me the founder of that foundation, Olakunle Joshua. And he'll tell us more about the foundation and the work he's doing. So, welcome, Joshua. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm good. And you?
I'm well. I'm saying I'm fine. Because I've learned from Mofe, so I'm fine. I can say. Sure, I'm getting it.
Yes,
I'm fine.
yes, that's fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. So, I mean, I know that people ask you a lot of questions about your work, but I want to get straight to it. How did you get into this work? And how are you coping with these children? By the way, it's not only girls that are at Dreamland, there are boys and girls as well. So how do you work? How do you do this?
You can't get into this because you are looking for money, fame, you get tired and you just leave everything and go. This is a long story actually if I should start. It started when I was temporarily blind for almost 2 months, and then I wanted to study medicine before I had passion for, I changed my course of studies because when I saw, I was curious about how people with disabilities.
How did you get blind for 2 months?
After a very serious accident.
Okay,
so we're just 3 that survived from in the accident. So
wow.
And then you know after sometimes the sickness, I couldn't use my eyes. It was so difficult. The kind of clothes, the color of clothes that we wear, what was even in my place to eat, and all the likes. I got curious about how they survive, how they cope, and I was like, I only had it in the Bible about blind Bartimaeus. Are there people blind like that? So I got curious and I changed my course of studies to special education. So during my course of studies, I saw the possibility of what the people with blindness and then the hearing impaired children, what they could do. Then it changed my mentality from, sympathy and pity, then to, empathy. And I got passion to empower children and people with disabilities.
So let's say that your tragedy led you to your purpose in life,
led me
and
to
you
my
are
purpose.
pursuing this purpose with passion.
With passion.
Okay, I know for a fact that some of the children who stay with you, that you are actually the one taking care of them. The society places a lot of stigma on families that have children living with disability. If I even go further, religion has also happened where people will say, oh, it's not my portion, or it's
unclean.
It's unclean, and things like that. But you're a very clean looking gentleman, handsome,
Thank
sir.
you.
So
Thank you.
it has not in any way affected you negatively. First of all, how do you take a child who was born blind, or who blindness happened along the way, like Precious at age 8? How do you get them to become this amazing?
First of all, let me start from where you said, people in the society still believe it's unclean and all the likes. I even had a friend that, after studying special education, the mother insisted that, no, you are not going to practice that. I don't want you to give birth to a blind child or a deaf child. Even many people have walked up to me. I hope you are strong enough. I said, no, it's not contagious.
Yeah.
So, and with the people that we admit into Dreamland Foundation for the Disabled, it depends on their needs. We really want to solve problems in our society, not to just establish a foundation. When they come like that, we see if they are really in need of our service. For example, an orphan that does not have anybody to take care of. So we look for scholarship and all the likes. Intellectual challenge children as well that have been, you know, let me use the word condemned, you know, from schools or from the society, that the parents does not have a hope, no hope to, you know, to give hope to the child, you know. When they come, we assess them, what can they do? That is why in Dreamland Foundation for the Disabled, we have academic, we have intervention through academic and different vocations. We have shoemaking, we have fashion designing, we have makeup, we have hairdressing.
Yeah, I know Mofe is a makeup artist. Yes.
Like the girl that signed National Anthem, Mofe, that you talk about now. She's a good makeup artist. At the age of 13, she can make. We are not telling her to go and establish and be working. She's a very brilliant. She was the best student in Wesley School for the hearing impaired. The last session,
Wonderful.
She just graduated.
Wonderful.
She just graduated. She's moving to secondary school now, and with that, she has many skills. She can make hair, can plait hair very smoothly, and then make up.
And you teach them cooking. So I mean, the point is that you're teaching them life skills.
Life skills.
Like Oyinko and Precious said, in their schools, they are not included in things that other children are doing. And I get that, you know, maybe teachers are scared that, oh, maybe they can get hurt and all. But how can a child get hurt from using computer or learning how to use computer?
It's still the
or being in the
ignorance,
press club.
It's still this lack of adequate awareness in the society.
Okay.
Many people are still not. I was on a show on this, one of the shows of this TV, you know, we talk about why people are not, why are they not giving people with disabilities opportunity in Nigeria? One of the reasons is ignorance.
I know they have a particular passion, Swing High, and that is a nursery school for children that are born with any of these challenges. Because I know that sometimes parents hide these children for years, and when they're exposed to formal education, they are almost a bit advanced, and that has its own challenge.
Yeah, because of the, we think about inclusive.
Yes.
As Lagos State has kickstarted the inclusive in 2003.
Yeah.
And we still need, a lot of things still need to be done. That is why we thought about an exciting preschool for the young blind children. We want to start from
it's swing high only for blind.
Only for the blind children, because deaf children are being given opportunity more than the blind.
Okay.
With what we have seen, you will see deaf children attending school at the age of 3, 4, 5. There are many inclusive schools over there here. Then even intellectual challenge children. It's just that at that point, they might not be able to assess what is the challenge. For example, they may just say, oh, it's too restless. But for the young blind children, they don't have opportunity to go to school. So we have them, they will come in, we train them, we let them to be independent, walk around on their own, be able to jump and all the likes. Then we can now include them into the mainstream schools. They'll be able to go to any schools with little or no assistance.
Okay, that's, I mean, like I said, it's amazing the work you do, and I will not overemphasize the fact that we can see the work that you're doing. We're seeing the dividends. You mean these children are just amazing. And if we don't come together as a society to support children living with any kind of disability, it's going to be our loss. I mean, we saw some of the things that they are doing, and that is just a tip of the iceberg when it comes to their ability. So I want you to advise parents and people alike, you know, if you have a child that is blind per se, how do they go about after they get over the shock?
Yeah, actually, the first step that the parents take in Nigeria is to look for spiritual solution. Actually, it's good. It's good to do that. But I want to really appeal to our parents out there that as they are looking for that spiritual solution, they should give these children opportunity.
Yeah.
They should give the children opportunity. I was talking to a parent the last time that, okay, the parent brought a child without an eyeball at all. The eyeball did not develop.
What is that called?
It can be called anything. That is congenital.
Right.
So
right.
that is.
I think that's a whole other show.
Yeah, that's another story for another.
That's a whole other show
for another day.
That must be
so no, don't let this child to stay in church and be praying. Bring them out. They have potential.
Okay, but I just want you to let parents know that if you have a child who has a hearing impairment, it's important for the whole family to learn how to sign. I know of a family where they have a 30-year-old girl today. She never went to school. And so the parents just use basic to talk to her. And I think it's a lost opportunity for the whole family to adequately communicate with this girl. We have schools like Wesley and then your foundation where you actually give training to the community so that they can incorporate these children and people. How do you sustain these children going by? Because you said it's not about money, but I know that we need money. Even the way they look, it's money. So how do you get your support?
Yeah, and we are here and there, writing proposals, talking to people. When I see you the first, if you are with me for 5 minutes, you don't need to ask me what I do. I will find a way to tell you what I do. So I will talk about, among 5 sentences, Dreamland Foundation would have come maybe the 3rd sentence. So we talk to people to come, and we don't really say send money to us. For example, one of our beneficiaries is 2 of them are going back to school.
Yeah.
So if you want to pay for their school fees, you don't need to send to our account. Send to the school, and monitor their progress.
Okay.
So people trust us this way, and we tell you this is what your money is being used for.
Yeah.
So we talk to people
and
about
even
that.
in your home, you need people to sponsor children's stay.
Yes.
Because some parents cannot pay.
Afford, yeah.
So thank you for the opportunity that you're giving all these children. I want us to give Oyinkansola opportunity to sing another song that is originally hers. Let's experience her talents.
It's just for the meantime, it will be fine. It's just for the meantime, it will be okay. It's just for the meantime, it will be fine. It's just for the meantime, it will be okay. Kò sóhun tó lè lónìí o, tí kò ní padà rọ̀bọ̀ dọ̀la. It's just for the meantime, it will be okay.
Wow, it's just for the meantime. I know again how we're all suffering in Nigeria. And so from Oyinka's mouth to God's ears and to all of us, it's just for the meantime. Everything will be okay. Thank you so much. Joshua, thank you.
Thank you for having
and
us.
thank you to all my amazing guests today. And for you viewers at home, I just want to thank you for spending this time with us. Remember that the Literary Bar is always open on your social media platforms. For more, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Make your life a great story. My name is Chinedu. Thank you so much. See you next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV Plus Sport. Exciting moment definitely we are going to have today on the show. I'm sure a lot of our viewers across the globe are really taking to this particular time to see what we have for them onto this show. There's been so much issues regards to many issues going on in the world of sport, especially in Nigeria. But we're taking our mind off several issues that has to do with Victor Osimhen, has to do with Finidi George, technical fighter, away from football, the Athletic Federation of Nigeria going for the Senior Athletic Championship in Cameroon, the whatever is happening around football. We're take your mind away of this because we've been hearing so much of that in the past few days. I will now talk to someone that has done so well for himself, a professional football player, Tayo Edun, that plays for Charlton Athletic as a defender. It's good to have you on the show, Tayo.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, let's start. You are here in Nigeria some few weeks ago. Tell us about your visit, and is that the first time you'll be visiting Nigeria?
I really enjoyed my visit. That's the first time I've been able to go back to Nigeria since before COVID. So it has been quite a long period. It was a short visit. I was only in Lagos for 6 days in total, but I managed to get a lot done. I managed to meet a lot of people. I was able to meet with an academy while I was down there, which was very exciting for me, and I'm sure the boys there enjoyed their time. But yeah, I learned a lot during the stay, so somewhere that I'll definitely be looking forward to going back to in the near future.
Okay, so what did you take away from that visit? We have you visiting teams and doing so many things, advising them. So what's that thing you took away from that visit to ensure that that's very close to your heart? For me personally, it just allowed me to see how much potential that there is in Nigeria, and that's just from one academy alone that I was able to visit. And I feel like it's important for someone like me in the position that I am to help children like that however I can to learn ways in which they can improve themselves and do what I can to bring them sort of exposure to allow them to play on bigger platforms. Okay, now let's go ask this. You're a professional football player, and even before the show, a lot of people saw you and like, oh, they know you, oh, you this, you that, and it shows how much you've done for yourself. Even right now for my WhatsApp status where I indicated they are going to be my guest and every other social media platform, there have been a lot of comments about you and a lot of incidents they remember in your career. But let me say this, is it the intention from the beginning was to be a professional football player from onset?
I would say so, yeah, unintentionally, I guess. From such a young age, I was in love with the sport. And then during my early years of school, I was picked up by Fulham Academy at the age of about 11. So before I even knew about the full-time commitments and things like that, I was just so in love that it's just something I always saw myself doing. So before I even had the idea of it being a profession and the things that come with that, it was just something that I enjoyed doing and loved so much that I always thought it would be a part of my journey.
Okay, interesting. At what time did you realize, we take career path and we realize that what we are doing is for us? This is the moment you are talking about. At what time did you realize that you intend to be a professional football player? What time, whether it was an environmental factor that gave you that indication or a personal factor that gave you that indication that, yes, I want to do this for the rest of my life?
I would say it was about 15, 16 when I started the scholarship at Fulham. I would say before that, it was a lot just a passion and enjoying it. Whereas when I hit that age, I would say the commitment of having you sign a more important, I would say, contract, and this becomes full time. This is something that you start doing every single day, and there's expectation on you to go out there and do better and improve yourself. And it looks good for the club as well. I would say that's when, for me, it became a decision like, no, this is something I really want to do, and it's something that I enjoy doing.
Okay. You're part of the historical team that did so well for the English team in under-19 European Championship. That was the first time the English team under-19 will have won the European Championship against Portugal in the final. you're part of the team. What does that mean to you? Is that the biggest in your career so far? At that moment, what does that mean to you, winning that trophy?
I remember that moment. I remember that for the rest of my life. It was massive. Definitely one of the biggest achievements of my career so far. It meant a great lot to me, not only to me, my family, and that group of players. I'll always remember them. I'm still in contact with a lot of those players now. And of course, you're against some of the best players in the world at that time and at that age. So knowing that you can go toe to toe with those sorts of players and come out on top, it's very beneficial. And there's a lot that I learned as an individual playing against different playing styles, because as you can imagine, different nations have different ways of doing things. And yeah, it was just a big experience, and it's something that I've carried and taken a lot of experience from those into things that I'm still doing today.
Okay. What would you have done? You still have a very bright future. You're a very young man, football your age, and so many things that needs to be done. And what impact do you think will have right now? Because we know in 2019 or 2017, if I'm mistaken, Southgate, the present coach of the Three Lions, you're among the young stars that were called to replace some certain players that were injured. I think you're still with Fulham there, if I'm not mistaken, and you're called to be part of this. Is that compared to, can you compare that? How did you feel about that invitation? And is it in the same level when you compare it to what you achieved by winning the European Under-19 Championship? I know you must be so happy. Tell us your feeling when you're listed as part of the young stars that were called to make a replacement for those players.
That was another proud moment, and of course, I remember the training sessions. I think in comparing it to the European Championship, I guess it's just one of those things. Benefits come hand in hand. So when you're in good form and things are going well, things like that, opportunities can appear, and you just have to be ready to take those opportunities. And that's something you learn as a young professional, that you just have to be prepared to grab things with both hands and just take the opportunities that come your way. Being able to, of course, the England national team have some of the best players in the world. So that was a good experience again for myself. And yeah, it was just, for me at the time, I remember being excited and just taking the opportunity.
Okay. Was that the ripple effect of the Under-19 European Championship?
You could say so. I guess the decision is theirs, so they decide who comes and for what reason. It could be positional sense. They might have a preference. They might want this player over that player. But I think I wouldn't see why you wouldn't take players that are doing well at their level and just help kick them on if there's an opportunity to do so. So you could say that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you said you started with Fulham from the academy. They give you a scholarship. Fulham saw that in you, and that is what we hope that we can get in this part of our world, where a football team can go and look for an academic player and give them scholarship, while you combine school with education with soccer. But now they also brought you to be part of the main team in Fulham. Your senior professional was in a league game, which against Fulham, the League Cup, and you did so well. What does that also mean to you? Because a lot of people expected that you'd have stayed longer in Fulham since you've been part of them for a long time.
I think that was a big day for me. I remember my family was able to attend the game because the fixture wasn't too far from where I grew up in London and where my family resides. So I remember them being there, and I guess that's the first step to, okay, I'm now a professional footballer. I remember my dad always says, you're not, just because you've signed a professional contract at the age of 17, until you step on that pitch and you're actually playing professional football, it doesn't really count. So he always used to sort of drill that into me. So in my head, that was sort of ticking the box that, okay, that's the start of this journey. And I always look forward to adding to those sort of achievements throughout.
So we also said you didn't stay so long in Fulham. I'm sure a lot of people have thought that you should always start in the level, since you've been part of Fulham for a long time, that you had intention of being a Fulham legend at that moment for you to stay longer in Fulham? A lot of things must have happened, but what was the reason why? I'm sure you spent a season or two thereabouts. So what really happened at that moment?
I think I was going through a period at the age of 19, 20, where I was struggling to get consistent game time, whether it be because of the team really performing well or the manager not thinking I was ready. But I just found that I wanted to play week in, week out. Once I had that sort of first taste of first team football, it's something that I wanted on a consistent basis, and Fulham weren't able to facilitate that. So I found that I had to go elsewhere to try and get those minutes. And I would say it was a mutual sort of agreement. I respected the manager's decision and the club's decision at the time, but you just have to be honest with yourself in certain moments in football. It's a short career and you have to try and maximize all the opportunities you can to go and play football. So me not being happy in that situation that I was in at the time in terms of game time and minutes on the pitch, it was down to me, my family and my agent to go and find a solution to where I would be able to find more minutes.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you keep saying that family. I mean, I've spoken to a lot of footballers, especially Nigerian footballers. You keep mentioning your family. And my next question is going to ask about how you got your biggest motivations. I mean, it seems your family have been part of your life from a very young age. Is that your biggest motivation?
I would say so, yeah, definitely. They've always been there, and for as long as I can remember, my mum, my dad have always pushed me to do as well as I can in this career. And it's always been about what's the best thing that they can do to help me go and push on and be, because they know my dream is to play as high as I can and be the best I can be. So the family support has always been a motivation, and the sacrifices that they've had to make so that I can be here today. So a lot of the time when I'm going out there, it's a lot deeper to me than what I'm going out there to do. It comes from what they've done to get me here in the first place, and to show them that it's all been for a very good reason.
Okay, now let's go to the future a bit. So we'll come back to a bit of how you started. Is there going to be plans for you to return back to the Premiership? Because we know that there's a large followership of Nigerians has to do with Premiership. The followership is, I think that's probably the biggest in Africa when it comes to looking at Nigerian followership. Which African country followed the Premiership more? And I have to tell you Nigerians. And Nigeria has a way of idolizing the Nigerian person based on the club. Like when Kanu moved to Arsenal, there was a big boast of Nigerians joining Arsenal and supporting Arsenal. And we also have Mikel Obi and Chelsea and all that. It has been way like that. And if you have stayed longer in Fulham, probably, Fulham would have actually gotten a big chunk of Nigerian followership there. But my question is this: is there a return to the Premiership soon?
I would hope so. My dream is obviously to play as high as I can. I haven't been able to make my Premier League debut yet, unfortunately, but it's something that I'm working towards, definitely. Funnily enough, my uncle and my dad both support Premier League clubs, different Premier League clubs, but I understand what you're saying with the Nigerian following. Me, myself, I also support, I'm an Arsenal fan, so I understand where you're coming from in that sense. But yeah, of course, it is a dream for me to go and play in the Premier League, and I understand that with that, there's potential for a following to come from Nigeria. But for me, it's maximizing my career and doing the best I can to achieve that. And yeah, it would be massive for me.
Okay, definitely. I'll let you know that it is not just going to be massive for you, it will be massive for Nigerians. And you know, the way Nigerians and everybody around, you'll be seeing Tayo Edun everywhere, because you know, it's something that Nigerians do a lot unscripted. Is something they do unscripted. You see them following, and I'm sure if you are to be in a club a little bit, even if it's going to be in the Championship, I tell you, they come down there a bit. And you understand, even if it's not going to be in the Premiership, you are in a club in the Championship. I think Championship is next to the Premier League, and once you come there, no matter where it is, even though if that's going to be a starting point for you to come to the Championship, Nigerian comes down there to dig for their own and say, oh, Tayo Edun, it's somewhere in the Premiership, it's somewhere in, even because we had the like of Iheanacho and Ndidi going to the Championship, though they are back when the Leicester City got relegated. So We hope that, even with this, I'm sure, even with this talking with you, a lot of Nigerians will always want to give a call, oh, that man, we want to see him, we want to do that. So my next question is this. If Nigerians come to you, NFF, Nigerian Football Federation, I know that you played for the under-19 side, the Three Lions under-19. I think all the age grade. We also know a certain Nigeria in the past, Victor Moses, also played so well and did so well for that. And he ended up playing for Nigeria. Are you looking forward to representing Nigeria in the next future?
Yeah, that's another goal of mine that I would be happy to achieve in my career. I'm sure my family will be proud of me once again. And as I've mentioned before, I've told you how important it is for me to go out there and make them proud. But that would be a very big achievement for me if I was able to do that. And it's something that I'm working towards.
Okay. Well, Chichen is going to be bigger because, you know, as a footballer in your stage, there's so many choices to make and decisions to make. And one has to be very, very careful. And I always know that a footballer doesn't just have one spectacular moment. I tell you, a footballer always have several sweet, spectacular moments. I'm not comparing this. If you have the option of playing for Nigeria or going back to the Premiership, what will you have done?
Well, question.
Yeah, what will you have done?
I would say, I'm cheating a little bit, but I would say going to the Premiership because I think going and playing in the Premiership will give me the pathway to go and play for Nigeria.
Yeah, that's a smart term. That's a smart term response. And now, so what's your plan? I mean, if you play for Nigeria today, and are you going to be? Because we know that there's a theory. I don't know how factual that theory is when not only for Three Lions it's for Germany too, for other countries too, that is when they miss the selection for Three Lions. That's when they consider playing for the country of their birth or the other country they have options for. How true is that? Because I'm sure that is it because they are not good enough, or is a matter of choice?
I can't speak for everyone in this sense, but it's something that obviously I see and we would all see as players. I think one of the biggest factors is the exposure that you get in the competitions. So playing in, obviously the Euros is being played currently. Playing in the Euros gives you a lot of exposure, and it's something that there's probably more eyes on than playing in the AFCON. So I would say that's probably one reason. I think another is, and it's something that I discussed with my family while spending time in Lagos, that a lot of players that play in Europe and grew up playing in Europe haven't had that exposure to their African nation. So for them, they see the European nation that might have called them as let's say, more home, or see it as more heritage in their family. So the discussion that I had with my family, and I think it was my cousins that I was having the conversation with, we just said it's important for players with African backgrounds to visit during the time that they're growing and building their career. It's still important to return home and understand where they're coming from, because in that sense, it will give them more incentive to go and represent that nation.
Oh, okay. Now let me say this. Let's use Bukayo Saka. Bukayo Saka, I think it's because he's an exceptional player. That's why the Three Lions have to call him in. And I'm sure there are so many exceptional players. That's my opinion, that he's an exceptional player, because if Bukayo Saka wasn't an exceptional player, the Three Lions would have dropped him. And I also asked myself the same thing with Alex Iwobi. Their preference, all those guys, even Victor Moses, I might be wrong, but I think their preference is the Three Lions. And the Three Lions didn't pick them because they're not exceptional. What do you think worked for Bukayo Saka, that it's from onset that Bukayo Saka played for England and not even thinking of considering him playing for the Super Eagles?
Like I said, I can't speak for these individuals, but from my standpoint looking in, I would just say it's the exposure and just the opportunity to play alongside some of the best players in the world. It is massive for him, not only for footballing benefits, but I'm assuming for his brand, it's doing massive things. So I would say these things are taken to part. But as I said, I don't know what's going through his head. I don't know what he's been exposed to. So yeah, he's made the decision and he is doing well. He's doing very well. So I wish him all the best.
Yeah, okay. Definitely, Nigeria also wish you to back Tayadu. You're a defender, and you know the defending role has evolved a long time ago. You know, defenders they're no more longer static. They are not just on the point. You see the defender going up front, from the wings, from the flanks, in the middle. That's how the game has evolved. Unlike in the 80s, 70s, 60s, the defender shouldn't go beyond the midfield until they created the central defender that has the opportunity of going into the role of a libero has really been diluted. The libero goes beyond just staying in the defending role. So how do you match out your playing style? Who do you look forward to your playing style? How do you match out your playing style? And which of the defense line do you play?
So the season that just passed, I'd been playing left back for the most part of the season. But during my career, from I would say the age of 14, I've been moved from left back to midfield frequently. And most of the time it's at the manager's discretion. I've never gone in and said, I want to play here, I want to play there. I want to just be on the pitch and be representing the team that I'm playing for. I don't really have a preference. Even during the under-19 Euros, all the games there I played in the midfield. So it's somewhere that I've been moved to from each position. I would say players that I look up to when I'm playing as a left back are the likes of Zinchenko, Cancelo. I know Cancelo can play left and right back, but just that style of play, for me, I look to him and I'm like, okay, I try and pick up little things, notice the positions that he picks up, the passes that he tries to play, because I see myself as you said, the game's really changed for defenders and fullbacks especially, and I see myself as a really attack-minded, forward-thinking player, which is why managers also see my traits and think that will be beneficial in the midfield. So I do see myself as quite versatile, and yeah, those are the types of players. I always look at midfielders as well, because I think from a fullback, you get in the sort of areas that midfielders might get into, and you need to be able to have the tools to get out of certain situations or make certain things happen. So,
the biggest challenge in your career, I mean, it's a massive career. It's a career that has been notable. There've been so many good sides of your career, and so many opportunities. To me, it seems like you're going to still have the world on your feet, because you keep making so much sense about your time on the field of play. And it's not easy for them to have an under-19 championship, and you're included in the team of the season. It's not easy for the scout in Fulham to see you and they say, yes, this is what it's for. It's not an easy task. But what's the biggest challenge for you so far in your career? Because I know there'll be more challenges for you, because I just saw a clip of Ronaldo saying the European Cup they won, I think in 2016, is the happiest moment in his life. And I'm like, wow. You understand? You probably, so it's very difficult for a player to have just one moment as the biggest moment in your career. So what's the challenge for you so far, or something you think you should have done in a different way than where you are? Because I know the future is beside you, and most especially, there's nobody that is a Nigerian player, whether born or mixed parents, that is not known internationally. That's a default. I tell you that, that's a default. Whether you play in Greece, whether you play in Turkey, there's a kind of default attached to Nigerian players. Wherever you play, that's that aura that people definitely have to know you. But before I go further, what's your own biggest challenge for you so far?
I would say one of the biggest challenges I found, not the season just past, the season before, my last year at Blackburn, where I just struggled to get any sort of game time. And the times that I did get the opportunity to play. I thought I did well. People around me were saying you did well, and I feel like I have an honest group of people around me where they're not afraid to be honest with me and say, look, you could have done better here, or this is not, like, you're not at your level, you need to up it. And I wasn't getting those sorts of messages. But the manager, of course, we know it's down to the manager. I wasn't favored by him, and I thought, for me, that was really challenging. Initially, I thought, okay, get my head down and do the work, and things will come to light. As we know, football season is long. You might have periods where you're not playing.
Yeah.
Injuries or whatnot will mean that there's availability there, and you'll get your opportunity at some point. But I just found that at that period, underneath that manager, that just never happened. And I really struggled with that, especially knowing and believing that I was doing all I could to get those opportunities. And as you know, in football, if you're not playing, there's no way of being noticed. There's no way of showing what you're able to do on the pitch. And that was a really big challenge for me. And I was frustrated the whole time, speaking with family, speaking with friends, and just having to get through that phase, and just continue to go in every day and try and be positive, knowing that, okay, I'm working for myself at this point. When the opportunity comes, I need to be ready. That was probably one of the toughest challenges of my career.
Okay, definitely, because we know most great players definitely have such challenges. So let me look at this. I think there's something about players that play for England or have played for the Three Lions in whatever age grades. It's the mobility, the movement, geographical mobility of labor. We don't see them going to other country to play, and I think the limited players that you see leaving England to play for Spain, even the top-notch players that we do talk about, there's few of them that you see them leaving the country, I mean England, whether at the EPL, EFL, or whatever the stage. Are you also going to follow that line that even if you have an offer outside Spain, wherever it may be, are you looking forward to leave the shore of UK to play?
I think that's something that's happening more and more often. I've got friends that have had spells abroad. Some have returned now. Some have gone abroad and thought, this is my pathway. I'd rather stay here and do what I can and play as high as I can at this level. For me personally, it's not something that I would shy away from. There's been sort of conversations in the past where things just haven't come from it, but it's always something that I've looked to do. And I think it is still important to go and play elsewhere if you get that opportunity. You look at, for example, Lookman, he went abroad and he's playing on the bigger stage still. So sometimes that's just where your pathway takes you. So it's definitely not something that I would turn down. It just needs to be the right opportunity, and I need to have the right conversations behind it. And it's something that, if I'm honest, I would look forward to doing.
Okay. And is there still opportunity? I mean, opportunity is futuristic, and it's also something that we talk about in the present. Is there any opportunity still you think that you can also play for the Three Lions as it goes? Is there more opportunity for you to play for the Three Lions?
Of course, there's possibility because I haven't made a senior debut at international level. So we'll see what comes. I think for me personally, I know one of the most important things is trying to play as high as I can at club level, and that gives you the best opportunity to go and play for wherever you can represent internationally. So my targets right now are just
let me also say this because a lot of comments will be coming in after now about how good we should be. So let me ask you this: Do you think there's so much opportunity also? I mean, as the NFF, the Nigerian Football Federation, has anybody come to meet you in regards to playing for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
No, not so far in my career, but as I said earlier, it's something that I'll be looking forward to. But I know if you look at the team, there's a lot of talent in there. The players that represent are playing in the best leagues in Europe. So Of course, you see some big talent in there. So I know for me personally, if it's something that I want to achieve, those are the sort of levels I need to get to at sort of club level.
No, okay. So, but presently, tell us your experience in Charlton Athletic. I think Charlton Athletic were in the Premiership some season back. Yeah, and they are not. They've gone beyond the Championship. They are now in League One.
Yeah.
So that means they have a hard fight to get back to the Championship before they get to the Premiership.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so tell us about life as you've got to what you want right now, which is also a playing time. So tell us about the last season in Charlton Athletic.
So it was a tough last season for us, to be honest. We really underachieved as a group. We managed to go through 3 managers. We're on our 3rd manager from last season by the time the season came to an end. But as an understanding, we all have with each other that we really underachieved because with the potential in the group and the ability that we had in the squad, we expected a lot more from the season that just passed. Going into the next season, we still have those aspirations of getting promoted and competing at the top end. And as you said, Charlton is a very big club. It wasn't so long ago that they were in the Premier League. So the fan base obviously put that pressure on the club to achieve more. And it's an understanding from us as players that, yeah, we are not where we think we should be, but football doesn't hand out freebies. So you have to go and earn your way back there. And it's not something that we're afraid to do as a group.
Interesting. It's true. That's one thing about football. Football is not an handout freebies. You can never say what will happen next. You can never say what will happen next. And it's a life decision that one has to be careful. And one thing about footballers is, should I move or I should not move? You know, that's just 2 things. And the third one is the manager. You might be having decision, should I move, I should not move. And there's the third one that we don't talk about most of the time. The manager that wants you to move or stay regardless to whether you want to move or stay. And that's a big factor in football. As I see it, except you tell us, I'm sure your agent will probably be trying as much as possible to take you, because I see you as a player bigger than the club you play for. That's a personal opinion. I see you that, but you know, you want playing time. Are there offers in between this time you had, between your time in Charlton Athletic? Have there been offers coming to take you away from that place?
Currently, I haven't heard anything, to be honest. I don't know if my agent's working behind the doors and getting things done. But right now, I'm happy. As I said, I'm playing. And I think the club, as we know, we're underachieving. And with where we expect to be, I think it's a good enough platform for where I am in my career to take me to where I want to be. So I wouldn't want to rush elsewhere or be elsewhere. That it might look better for some reasons. When I know that what I have here is a good enough platform for where I want to be to go and excel and be where I think be at the level that I think I should be playing at.
Okay, interesting. Now the time is no longer our friend as I let you go, Tayo. But the road to stardom, it's a big task. Nigerians looked forward to you. You came home, you saw that the man they're looking forward to is also aspiring, and I'm sure to be in the Premiership, to do much better. Millions of Nigerians are watching you right now. I tell you, millions of Nigerians are. What message do you have for them? Because where you are, they want to be there. That place you think you also need to leave, or anywhere you want to be, they also want to have a taste of that. So what advice will you give? I mean, because now we talk about combining education with sports. How did you scale through? How did you combine the 2 together? It would be so easy over there, but how were you able to hold the 2 big deciding factors in life, a career and education?
It's not easy. You have to grow and be mature. I think from a young age, I made these commitments, and of course you have the support from people around you. But I think just having the end sight in your vision constantly just helps to make those small steps day by day to achieve where you want to be. Of course, it's a long journey, and even me till now, I visited the academy, and I know some of the players there would be thinking that's exactly where I want to be. But then me myself, I'm thinking I'm also looking at another target. So I think constantly you have to keep that end goal in sight and just keep pushing every day to get to it. And of course, there's going to be backward steps. I remember I had a coach that said, football career is like a roller coaster, and it's literally up and down. You always have setbacks, whether it's injury, working with a manager that doesn't favor you, or for whatever reason. But you have to just keep that end goal in sight and know that this is my focus and this is the reason I wake up and go and do the work that I need to do every day.
Okay, now as we round up, your both parents are Nigerians.
My mom's from St. Vincent in the Caribbean.
Okay, your mom is a Caribbean, and what part of the Caribbean? I mean, what nation? Is it the Caribbean nation or?
St. Vincent.
Okay, okay. So it's not it's not so much of a footballing nation that you think you want to play for them. But they've got national team.
No, I think the national team is not. There's no team.
Okay, because Alaba is from Austria.
Yeah.
And Alaba is presently Alaba in the past. We don't really know Austria as a footballing nation. You know, a lot of people get to know Austria as a footballing nation through Alaba, what he has done for himself. So and Alaba had the opportunity of actually playing for Nigeria. I don't know the story, but I think he chose Austria, and I think it's a very good decision. And but you right now, you don't mind anyone that comes.
I would love to play for the Super Eagles, to be honest. I would love to. Okay. I think, as I said to you, I think one of the biggest things for players that play abroad and maybe grew up in Europe and started playing in Europe is having that connection with their home nation. So I think that is a big factor in why a lot of players would choose to play for nations abroad. But I think it is important to have that connection.
Okay, yeah, before I let you go, one question. You're the best, and I hope that's going to be the last question because I'm already engulfed with so much you tell me. I'm so excited, and Nigerians are excited that we are speaking to Tayo Edun, who has done so well for himself. And don't be surprised when I leave the streets, when I leave the stage right now, and I'm seeing somebody putting Tayo Edun at the back of a jersey. That's how sometimes Nigeria can be so funny. Now, let them say, what's the most intelligent player you know? I have mine. That it's not about popularity, but about a player that is very, very intelligent on the ball. I have several of them that are intelligent, and when we talk about intelligent players, these are players that makes things happen. They think on the ball. They know what to do at that moment. To you, can you mention 2 or 3 players that are very intelligent players? I'm not talking about players as yes, but I don't want to know the best players, just intelligent players, because in every field and in our career, whether engineering and all that, there are that persons that are intelligent on what they do because of the way they do it. So for you, who is one of the most intelligent players? You can mention 3 of them.
I would say currently Toni Kroos for me.
Okay, Toni Kroos, okay.
For Germany and Real Madrid. I think Luka Modric as well for Croatia and Real Madrid. Third, I would say I would put De Bruyne.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can understand that. I hope I have an opinion yet too, but I always want to prefer a player like Ozil, Mesut Ozil, as a very intelligent player. He does these things with flair, very, very intelligent. I also want to consider Suarez as a very, very intelligent player. These are players that they think on the ball, but those are my opinions anyway. Tayo, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate so much of your time. Hopefully that the next time we're going to talk about is going to be a very big move to a big club you desire, and definitely There are more times we also have to call you to tell us the updates about yourself, and hoping that you come back home frequently and associate yourself with the with people so that they also know you very, very well. And but now you've spoken with us, I'm sure you're no more a stranger to Nigeria. So thank you very much. We hope to see you in this studio soon.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we've been speaking with Tayo Edun. Tayo Edun has done so well for himself, talking about the past, the present, and the future. So many future in front of this youngster that has done so well. Presently, he's in the League One playing for Chartered Athletic, but he has done so well. He has his Prova under-19 European Championship. The ever one that England has won. He was in the team of the tournament of that powder. He has played for Fulham, so many things, and he's played for Chartered Athletic. Is not just his versatility is known in the under-19 European Championship. He's not just a defender; he can play anywhere in the world. You rightly know how good he is. So many things. We hope in the future we have him in our studio. That's away from Tayo Edun and football. We now go to the Boston Celtic. How they won the 18 NBA title championship. Very, very interesting moment for them. These are stories that you don't get elsewhere. These are stories that that can ignite you that the future is bright. That we are not going to talk about the regulars when it comes to the NBA, but Boston Celtic has done so well for not just the city of Boston, but for individuals who has aspire to come together and give that city a very interesting moment. So, but that's how I'm going to draw the curtain for today's program. I'll leave you with interesting moment on how Boston Celtic did so well for themselves. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Same time tomorrow, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. Enjoy this.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures For example, the increasing gig economy is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents our king. And the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or olden building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than another.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Child protection is an ancient, long-standing problem which has gained the attention of the international, national, state, and local communities, with governments, international donor agencies on the forefront of a high-profile commission to eradicate it. The unique dynamics of child sexual abuse such that it's often committed in secrecy, with only the victim and the perpetrator as witnesses. And it's a crime that is very difficult to detect, and it takes a long time before the abusers, before the crime is revealed. And the grooming strategies of the pedophiles include, number one, engagement of the child, overcoming the child's resistance, inculcating secrecy into the child, and intimidating the child, suppressing the child to maintain control over the child. There are 5 key steps you need to know as an adult, as an educator, to be able to provide child protection to any child within your vicinity. Number one, you need to learn the facts. Child sexual abuse can be contactual or non-contactual. It can involve outright defilement. It can involve exhibitionism, touching a child inappropriately, or exposing the child to pornography. And you need to know the different ways children disclose. They can disclose to you directly if they trust you, but even in that, they may not give you the full details. Then there could be accidental disclosure in normal day-to-day conversation. Then there can be indirect disclosure. The child may pretend that it happens to another child because it's ashamed. He or she is ashamed and should be shamed and should be blamed. And then you need to reduce the opportunity for it to occur. You don't leave children alone physically or digitally. These days, the world has turned to a global village. You need to monitor their internet spaces. You need to know about digital empathy as an educator. A child may be innocently browsing to do the homework, and the pornographic site may drop in, and the child will be ashamed to seek for help, which may traumatize the child. Then you need to know children's digital footprint. You may give your child a name and get another name online, on Facebook, TikTok, on Instagram. And then you need to know how to talk about a sex education. You don't wait for a child to be grown. From age 2, you tell the children about their private parts. Call it the way it is. Tell the boy, this is your penis. Tell the girl, this is your vagina. Don't call it wee-wee bum-bum. Don't give it names, because a lot of children will be taken advantage of. And then you know these pedophiles, they crack risky jokes and say, my wife, they dabble into favoritism, they can be treating the child as an adult, then you need to reduce the opportunity for it to occur. You need to learn the signs. There are short-time signs like bruises, wounds, rashes in the mouth and the genital areas. You see teenage pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy. You see sexually transmitted infection. But the long-term consequences that schools of thought and advanced childhood experiences is what is affecting the nation as a whole. It's the children that have been abused that did not receive help, that are in conflict with themselves, with the society. You see suicidal addiction, you see depression, you see poor interpersonal relationship skill, poor academic performance, occupational failures, compulsive eating disorders, hormonal imbalance, infertility, you see depression, post-traumatic stress disorders. And above all, you need to know how to react responsibly. If a child confides in you, you don't react vehemently. You don't go and confront the perpetrator. Otherwise, you contaminate evidence or endanger yourself. You need to know about the Lagos State Government Witness Protection Policy. You need to instill confidence in the child. Tell the child, thank you for telling me. Psychological first aid, I'm sorry this happened to you, but I need to help you. And you don't ever promise a child, I will not tell anybody. But you need to tell the child, number one, we need to get you medical attention for medical treatment and evaluation. And number two, you need psychosocial support because you are traumatized and none of any families are traumatized. And then we need to inform law enforcement, the police, because pedophiles are criminals. Their security risks, they need to be taken off the street. They will not pose dangers to other children. Access to justice is part of the healing therapy. And if both parents are not able to support the child, let the child know you need shelter services, safety plans. You need to be relocated from the offending environment to regain your sense of safety. We have the very first children's telecommunication number, 0800 801, through which children can call to receive professional counseling, information, care, emergency intervention, and referral pathways. The Lagos State Government is committed to ensuring child protection. We have the Quality Assurance Department of Ministry of Education. If it happens in school, we have the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, who are interested in the welfare of the children for placement in shelters and orphanages. We have the prosecutorial unit, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. We have the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, with a formidable interagency collaboration among all the agencies. Our belief is that adults are responsible for protecting children, not children protecting themselves. Children cannot protect themselves because of their cognitive and vulnerability. And there's no way a child can give his or her consent to sex, and there should be no shaming and blaming. Parents who don't have time to listen or to take care of their children are guilty of child neglect, which is an offense, and it opens the door for pedophiles because there are no benchmarks or indices to identify a pedophile. Pedophiles' strategies include earning the trust and respect of parents. If a child is hungry, they offer food. If a child is lonely, they offer companionship. They are like the wild animals in the safari who will study the children to look for a loophole in that life of that children, fill that loophole to maintain control over the child. Some even blame the child, it's your fault. It can never be a child's fault. And a child is anyone under 18 years of age. It doesn't matter if she's already in the university or she's big or whatever. Every child needs protection. Every child is important. Not just our biological children, not just our students, even our domestic staff. They need to be protected. Defilement is life imprisonment, sexual assault by penetration. It's about 7 years. We have a range. Touching appropriately, we have 1 to 1 year, 3 years, depending on the offense that can be established. But the rock bottom is that child sexual abuse is unacceptable and it is preventable. No longer should we allow perpetrators to go on with impunity. And no single agency can do it alone. We need interagency collaboration, the support of community-based organizations, religious and traditional rulers, all to ensure child protection.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is a news update. The president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, has arrived at the headquarters of the Intelligence Response Team. The police had, in an invitation last week, invited Ajaero to the IRT headquarters on August 20 by 10 a.m. to answer questions on his alleged involvement in terrorism financing, cybercrime, subversion, criminal conspiracy, and treasonable felony. Ajaero, however, who could not make it, promised to honor the invitation today. He entered the premises on Thursday at exactly 10:17 a.m. alongside Femi Falana, Marshal Abubakar, Deji Adeonju, and other senior officials of the NLC. IRT is the Force Intelligence Bureau of the Nigeria Police Force. In the meantime, the young Polish students and their teacher arrested in Kano during the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protests have been released. Poland Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski disclosed this on Wednesday via X. The Nigerian government had arrested 7 Polish citizens in Kano over suspicions of their involvement in the brandishing of Russian flags during the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. Faulting their arrest, the Polish authorities said there were University of Warsaw students and a teacher who found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, Sikorski said with the release of the group, they would return to Poland soon. The federal government said it recovered over 83 billion naira, $609 million, 5.4 million euros in liquid assets between 2017 and 2023 following the introduction of whistleblowing policy by the immediate past administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. It also disclosed that all recoveries were lodged in the Federal Government of Nigeria Assets Recovery Account maintained by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation and domiciled in the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Director of Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit, PICA, Ministry of Finance, Yusuf Sule, made the disclosure yesterday in Abuja at a sensitization workshop on the implementation of the whistleblowing policy in Nigeria, issues, challenges, and way forward. But Sule did not provide any hint on immovable assets recovered during the review period. In his keynote address, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, stated that the whistleblowing policy established clear procedures for reporting financial malpractices. Edun said these had helped in ensuring confidentiality and protection of whistleblowers.
Permit me to state that it is our collective responsibility to create an environment where the Nigerian people, the Nigerian populace feel confident and protected in reporting unethical, illegal, untoward, wrong practices that can jeopardize the interests of all, that can jeopardize the development of our country that we so earnestly seek. The successful whistleblowing policy involves receiving verifiable reports, conducting thorough investigations to authenticate them, and taking appropriate action to enforce compliance with the law. We are committed to implement the present government's agenda to the letter, and therefore no stone would be left unturned to ensure that a legal framework is put in place to drive the implementation of the policy.
The whistleblowing policy since its inception in December 2016 has proved to be one of the veritable tools in uncovering corrupt practices within the public and private sectors. It has empowered citizens to report to the relevant authorities about identified misappropriation of public funds and other fraudulent activities.
The Nigerian government has scheduled a follow-up meeting with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on September 6. This additional time has been allocated to effectively address the concerns raised by the union. The Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, stated this in Abuja at the end of a closed-door meeting with ASU. Professor Mamman announced that a new executive of the leadership of the Pro-Chancellors has been formed to address the concerns raised by the lecturers. Similarly, a joint committee comprising ASU, the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Universities Commission, NUC, and the Ministry of Labour has been set up to escalate the implementation of all residual issues, especially those with presidential directives. The ASU president, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, expressed optimism that by the next meeting, all the issues would be resolved.
We have worked out modalities on how to make progress on them. And hopefully we see a very good window to the resolution of the issues. So the task before us now is to work on those modalities and processes and procedures we all agreed to solving the problems. And so we are coming back again, convening on 6th of September.
What they have done between the last time we met and today, and we have reviewed them, and there are still gaps, and we believe that let also give the government between now and our next meeting to see what they would have done on those issues.
As Edo State marks its 33rd year anniversary, a former commissioner of information in the state, Honorable Kazeem Afegbua, has said there is nothing to celebrate about while noting that in the last 7.5 years, the Governor Obaseki-led administration has been nothing but deceptive to the people. Afegbua, who spoke to journalists in Benin City, the Edo State capital, claimed that the people of the state have only experienced several promises and failed tactics of the current administration, which is about to wind down by 12th of November later in the year, when Governor Obaseki will be handing over to a person who will emerge winner of the next month's governorship election in the state. He further listed several projects the governor promised the people while campaigning for his election in 2016, a situation he said has left the people of the state more perplexed. He, however, called on the people of the state to be mindful of whom they will be choosing as the next governor of the state come September 21.
You can't give what you don't have. If you have a genuine heart to serve Edo people, your genuine heart should reflect in the policies and programs you carry out. How do you reconcile it, my brother, that an Obaseki or a federal government sent 20 trucks of rice to Edo? The governor did not disclose to anybody. They went and hid all this rice in their PDP chieftain's home until the end bad governance protest that exposed his hypocrisy, exposed him to the whole world. The people's rights that is meant for the people, you are hiding them. You want to rebag them into Edo State rice, as if you are the one presenting to the people. Then you allow people to be abusing the federal government of not doing anything. Aside from that, they have given 10 billion naira to Edo State in the last 1 year for security support.
From Kano State comes the report that the state governor, Alhaji Abba Yusuf, has given 1 week to the state's accountant general to close all accounts belonging to all ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, in the state and revert to a central billing system. The governor gave the directive yesterday during a meeting held at the Government House with the Kano State Internal Revenue Service, KIRS, chairman and heads of MDAs. According to him, the decision to adopt and implement a central account was to ensure proper account and utilization of the state finances for effective governance. He directed all MDAs to comply with all the provisions of the Kano State MDA Revenue and Harmonization Law. Governor Yusuf, however, assured citizens of the state, particularly the taxpayers, of the effective use of the funds to impact their lives and the economy of the state. Femi Gbajabiamila, President Bola Tinubu's chief of staff, has called for establishing a counterpart funding model between the federal and state governments to respond effectively to disaster outbreaks in the country. He urged the management of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to look inward to creatively fashion ways to mobilize funding for its disaster prevention and mitigation responsibilities. He made the remarks when he paid an official visit to NEMA's headquarters as part of the resolutions of the recent retreat for presidential appointees. This is as the Director General of NEMA, Mrs. Zibaidu Umar, has disclosed that the agency has provided 626,135 relief materials to 102,232 people who were affected by various disasters, including floods, banditry and fire outbreaks between January and now.
It wasn't just set up for the sake of setting up a disaster agency. It was set up to address a problem. The question we need to ask ourselves is that problem, or whatever it was set up, the mandate it was given, has that problem been addressed, and to what extent has it been addressed? For me, and for many of us, the mandate that NEMA has is basically two-pronged. One is prevention of disaster. The other one is to mitigate disaster when it does happen.
The funding they get has been significantly reduced by the fact that part of that funding is going directly to the states from the ecological fund. Each state is mandated to set up its own state emergency management, which is supposed to be literally the first responder. And in that respect, they're also supposed to have local government structures.
From other parts of Africa, Haitian forces working with the police sent from Kenya have launched a joint operation to oust criminal gangs from one of the roughest neighborhoods of Haiti's capital, Prime Minister Gary Conille said on Wednesday. Conille spoke at the hospital in Port-au-Prince, where 3 Haitian policemen were recuperating after being injured in a shootout on Tuesday during the joint operation in the impoverished and gang-controlled neighborhood of Bel Air. Conille did not provide further details of the operation and did not take questions during his brief news conference, but he called on Haitians to cooperate with police and share information to help reduce crime. More than 3,200 killings have been reported in Haiti from January to May. Gangs that control 80% of the Port-au-Prince have left more than 500,000 people homeless in recent years as they fight to control more territory. Outside Africa, Pavel Durov, CEO and co-founder of Telegram, has been formally charged by French authorities with multiple violations related to the operation of the popular messaging app. Durov, a 39-year-old Franco-Russian billionaire, was arrested on August 24, 2024 at La Bourget Airport near Paris under a warrant issued for his alleged involvement in various criminal activities facilitated through Telegram. The charges against Durov include complicity in the administration of an online platform enabling illicit transactions, refusal to cooperate with authorities by withholding requested documents, and the dissemination of child pornography images. He also is accused of facilitating drug trafficking, fraud, and money laundering through the app. Despite the severity of the charges, Durov was granted conditional release after posting a bail of 5 million euros. Under the terms of his release, he must remain in France, report to a police station twice a week, and is prohibited from leaving the country, according to a statement from the Paris prosecutor, Laura Becot. In business news, Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has announced that the final deadline for the compliance with the National Identity Number, NIN, Subscriber Identification Module, SIM, linkage policy is September 14, 2024. This directive marks the culmination of the federal government's 2020 initiative to link all SIMs to NINs, a move aimed at enhancing the security and integrity of Nigeria's digital economy. According to Ruben Moka, NCC Director of Public Affairs, in a statement on Wednesday, said over 153 million SIMs had been successfully linked to NINs, reflecting a 96% compliance rate, a significant rise from the 67.7% recorded in January 2024. Despite this progress, the NCC is urging Nigerians to ensure 100% compliance before the deadline, stressing the importance of this linkage in reducing fraud, cybercrime, and supporting financial inclusion. The Commission also revealed that through collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor and the National Identity Management Commission, cases of individuals possessing excessively high numbers of SIM cards, with some exceeding 100,000, have been uncovered. In entertainment news, Nigerian superstar Wizkid made a significant gesture at his recent sold-out concert in London. He surprised his DJ, Tunez, by paying him 10 million naira to play Ashake's hit song, Fuji Vibe. The unexpected payment delighted the audience, who cheered and applauded enthusiastically DJ Tune's performance of Fuji Vibe became a major highlight of the night, with the crowd singing along. This generous act from Wizkid further solidifies his reputation as a supportive and influential figure in the Nigerian music industry. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, you know, because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, you know, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talents to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, you know, capacity as a country, you know, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Shalape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, the base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard, trust me. Because I say, especially the infrastructure, you're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now, then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you've got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome. Right, and that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that, has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's, supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you and then, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
The World Health Organization recommends that babies be exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months of life. Yet it has been reported that many mothers in Africa do not solely breastfeed their infants due to lifestyle and lactation challenges. Today we'll explore how breastfeeding can contribute significantly to a child's survival and look at options for new mothers to either produce their own milk or get access to safe breast milk. We will discuss with experts on this topic, and we will share the perspective of women who have experienced the challenges of breastfeeding. Hello and welcome. I am Oriani Tangishaka, and this is Our Voices. I'm very happy today to welcome back my co-host Siminyesha Koye, who was on vacation. Welcome, Lily.
Thank you so much. I missed it.
I
missed the show. I missed everybody here.
It was a very well-needed break, wasn't it?
Very much needed.
Yeah.
It was about time that I reconnect with family, you know, with the air in Africa. So it was a very beautiful trip, and hopefully I'll be sharing, you know, my experiences throughout the different shows.
Yes, Ethiopia and Rwanda.
Ethiopia and Rwanda.
Very
yes.
nice. Well, about today's topic, what do you think about breastfeeding? What is your opinion?
Oh my God, I always say that breastfeeding is the most beautiful experience that exists in nature in general. You know, being a woman and being able to feed your baby just with your body and be, you know, a source of nutrition, a source of comfort, you know, exclusively for 6 months, it's just magical.
Yeah, it
And
definitely is.
It is beautiful, it's magical, and I also love that connection, you know, when you are breastfeeding, when he looks up at you, that eye connection and that bond you create through the process.
You fed your son, right? You breastfed your son.
I did for 5 months.
Okay.
You know,
Same here.
in the beginning I had a good supply, but later, you know, it was decreasing, and I had that feeling like I was letting down my baby.
Oh yes, girl. You know, I had 3 boys, and I was fortunate enough to also breastfeed them. But just like you said, I breastfeed them between 5 to 6 months. I thought it would go at least a year, but when it started sort of drying out after 5 months to 6 months, I felt so bad. I was like, wait a minute, like, should I drink more water? Should I drink more gikoma? You know, drink a porridge.
All
back
the
in
traditional drinks my
I
mom
did all
used
the
to make.
cookies, I did all the teas, and then I felt bad. I felt like, you know what, you know, I should be doing more. I should get more milk. But one thing I heard is that boys do drink a lot. So
Maybe
even what I had,
that's the reason.
I had frozen some milk in the freezer, but it
that
ran
way
out.
we know that breastfeeding, as beautiful as it is, it's
It's
also
challenging.
challenging.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
I know mothers who cry because they were not able to breastfeed. I mean, which is okay. I mean, you can always give the supplements, and that's also fine. But you know, that guilt, that feeling you get as a mother because you don't breastfeed.
Yes.
But even when you are breastfeeding, waking up every 2 hours, pumping, you know, it's very,
It's a
very
job.
exhausting. Yes. And you are giving a lot to your baby, and you need to take care of yourself at the same time, and we mostly don't.
A community of breastfeeding women in Uganda is giving hope to mothers struggling to feed their newborn babies and keep them alive. However, with a growing demand for breast milk, the community members are finding it hard to recruit more breastfeeding mothers willing to donate their own milk to new mothers who find it hard to produce enough milk for their newborns. Halima Athumani and Mukasa Francis have this report from Uganda, capital city, Kampala.
In March, complications with Mbabazi Resti's pregnancy led doctors to perform an emergency cesarean section and deliver her child at 36 weeks, about a month early. Resti then suffered a cardiac arrest and was placed on life support. During recovery, she could not breastfeed her baby, and so the hospital was substituting formula.
He was given powdered milk, but unfortunately, he faced a condition called NEC stage 1, whereby he wouldn't digest the powdered milk well.
Resti reached out to the Atta breast milk community, and the baby started getting breast milk from a donor. Rachel Akujiziwe is the administrator at Atta breast milk community. She says the organization was started in 2021 by a mother whose recently born child passed away.
Because she had a supply, she asked the doctors, where do I put the milk? They told her, all we can do for you is to give you tablets to dry it up. She said, but you see, I needed it. I mean, there should be a mother or so, a baby who needs the breast milk.
The breast milk is from mothers who have babies between 0 to 6 months old, but it's not easy to become a donor. Akujiziwe says donating mothers can't be on drugs and must undergo blood tests.
The blood work that we do, we check for HIV, we check for hepatitis, we check for syphilis, we check for CMV. They are screened before they start donating, this milk.
Sadia Hussein Mulangwa is a mother of 2 and found her body was producing more milk than her babies needed. That is how she learned about the breast milk community and says she is a committed donor.
The fulfillment that I will get from this, knowing that I'm saving a life somewhere or giving better health or just a better living to a helpless child. I'm like, what bigger sadaka is there than that, really?
The Atta breast milk community says they have helped over 500 babies over the past 3 years, providing 800 liters of milk from close to 150 donors. Halima Athmani, VOA News, Kampala, Uganda.
Thanks, Halima and Mukasa, for this report. Now, to look deeper into some of the challenges women on the continent face in providing life-giving breast milk to their newborns and what new mothers should be aware of, we turn to Ms. Millie Karina, chairperson of Kenya Association for Breastfeeding. Ms. Millie Karina, welcome to Our Voices.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure to be here.
Of course, it's great to have you. So we just heard one of the reasons to why women don't breastfeed, even if they wanted to, which is not being able to produce enough milk. So are there any other barrier to new mothers to why they cannot breastfeed? And is that why we are seeing more of breastfeeding banks opening up?
Thank you for that question. Yes, breastfeeding is not always easy and it does have challenges, but we are aware, and even as you said, or your co-host mentioned, that it is important to breastfeed our children, and it's the first health measure for all children who are born and are supposed to be exclusively breastfed for up to 6 months. That's according to the World Health Organization, and up to 2 years and beyond. Now, unfortunately, as you've mentioned, there are challenges, and one is a low milk supply. But there are times where it's actually a perceived low milk supply and not an actual low milk supply, because a perceived milk supply is you're imagining your breasts should feel heavy, should feel engorged, but they don't. So you imagine that your milk supply is low, but yet it's not. So you reach out for breast milk substitutes and you start supplementing your baby with that. And unfortunately, you end up actually having an actual low milk supply because it's demand and supply. The more you demand from your breast, the more your breast will produce milk, which will increase the supply. But now if you introduce other supplements, then that will go low. There are also other challenges as to painful breastfeeding. So they're not complaining of a low supply, but they are attempting to put the baby on the breast, and they actually experience excruciating pain. That shouldn't be so, and this is something that healthcare workers need to educate and create awareness among mothers, especially even beginning from the antenatal period. When the mother is pregnant, we need to start talking to her and letting her know, this is what breastfeeding entails. This is what exclusive breastfeeding entails. If you do have pain, ensure you're positioning and attaching your baby on the breast correctly. Now, other than pain, which is a major challenge that causes mothers to stop breastfeeding, there's also issues such as moms with inverted breasts, nipples or flat nipples, moms who need to return to work. So we know exclusive breastfeeding is up to 6 months. But even here in Kenya, I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, even here in Kenya, you find that the rates of breastfeeding decrease when the mothers return to work.
Right.
So currently it's
And-
at 60%.
Right, and
according to the
yes, that's exactly
graphics.
what we're hearing, that the number is decreasing of women breastfeeding. And well, let's shift a little bit. We did talk about hurting nipples and other things that can cause them not to breastfeed, but what about those who choose not to breastfeed because they fear that the shapes of their breasts may change after breastfeeding? Is that a misconception? And if not, would you say that that notion undermines the health benefits of breastfeeding a baby?
Absolutely. I mean, science and data have proved that breast milk contains all the nutrients the baby needs, all the macro, all the micronutrients for the first 6 months. But that's a myth or a misconception with regards to breastfeeding, that if I breastfeed my baby, then my anatomy or my look is going to change. I'm going to have saggy boobs. I will tell you what mainly causes it is pregnancy and the pregnancy hormones. So the fact that she's been pregnant and will produce hormones that will help to relax her pelvis in preparation for labor and birth, some of those hormones will find themselves in the mammary glands, and they may cause a bit of sagginess, even a great decrease, a really rapid decrease or rapid increase in weight will cause the saggy boobs. So I want to debunk that myth that breastfeeding will cause that.
So in line
It's not true.
with this challenge you briefly mentioned, can you tell us about the new proposed bill of 2024 in Kenya? What does it entail? What is it about?
So it's an exciting bill, and many of us lactation support professionals are really excited about it. And it's a breastfeeding mothers bill that's been proposed that aims to protect and support breastfeeding by providing a legal framework for mothers who wish to breastfeed their babies in the workplace or wish to express their breast milk in the workplace. So it ensures that these mothers, what it states that they should not experience any discrimination just in accessing, opportunities of employment. These mothers should not be suffering in terms of being able to want to breastfeed their babies while at work. It is possible and it should be allowed, and all workplaces need to provide spaces that are comfortable, that are private, not a store, not the bathroom, where mothers can be able to sit and actually express their breast milk or breastfeed their babies. So these nursing rooms the bill says that these mothers need that access.
That sounds amazing. That would be amazing. And hopefully everything goes through for that bill. Well, we have to stop it right here, Mrs. Millie Karina. We truly appreciate your insight. Thank you so much for taking time to be on Our Voices.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
It's now time for a short break. When we return, we'll hear about some of the breastfeeding support systems in places like Nairobi. We ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You are with Our Voices. Welcome back. Today we are discussing how breastfeeding can contribute significantly to a child's survival and look at options for new mothers to either produce breast milk or get access to it. Let's now hear about available support systems and tips of breastfeeding from Whitney Dula, a lactation and postpartum specialist at the Mamas Dula LLC here in Maryland. Ms. Dula, thank you so much for being here and for joining us.
And of course, she brought some props for us, a baby, and this is just to show us what breasts will be looking like, I guess, with a.
So why don't we just get right into it? Like,
yes.
what are some of the tips of breastfeeding? What are the challenges? What are we doing wrong, or what are we doing right?
Yes, especially for new mothers.
Yes.
So I believe my colleague that was on before hit a lot of the points. It's a combination of things, I think, that cause those challenges and complications. A lot of times it comes down to the education and support that is available for families leading into the birth. We spend a lot of time, I think, focusing on the birth,
yes.
And then not on the postpartum and the care and the keeping of the mother afterwards. And unfortunately, like as we're here in the United States, I'm sure, you know, we see these things happening, you know, in Africa and other places as well, Asia. And as we get more industrialized, as more families are going back to work, you know, as more families have probably had generational use of formula, that connection and that innate understanding of how to breastfeed has gotten a little lost in translation.
Right. Whitney, before we hear tips on breastfeeding, let's hear what some women on the streets of Nairobi and Abuja think about responsibilities of mother breastfeeding and how long they think should be done.
A mother should breastfeed her baby for 2 years, maximum and minimum of 2 years. Reasons being that breast milk has all the essential nutrients a child needs, especially for brain development and also for every form of development for a child. And then the breast milk has already been formed by the mother's body and broken down to the barest absorption units for the baby. So it helps for the baby's digestive system to, you know, grow after childbirth.
The emotional support, the presence. The father should always be there when he can, actually. And if he cannot be, let them have an understanding. Let the wife understand that he doesn't have the means to be there, but he should always be supportive in any way he can. It's not just by providing the financial and other needs, like giving her things, but you're not there, but you should always be there.
I think a child should be breastfed between 6 months to 1 year. And I think because that is very good for their brain development, and also that bond between mother and child, that's a very good period. But yeah, even longer, better, but ideally 6 to 1 year.
I think a child should be breastfed for 1.5 years. The reasons why I feel that is because breast milk has a lot of nutrients as compared to giving them packaged milk, and it will make them stronger, and it also creates a bond between a child and their parent.
For me, I think first of all, a child should be breastfed for 6 months exclusive, without water, without food, without anything. And for me, I think, again, you do it for 2 years.
Let me tell you my experience after giving birth in a hospital. My baby couldn't latch in the beginning, and nobody really showed me. Of course, the nurses came and told me, this is how you do it, you know, just keep on practicing and it will come.
Right.
And I left and I got home and he was still not latching. I had to pump the first few days. I had a lot of supply, but he was not really, you know, directly getting it. So it was frustrating me, and I was thinking like, I'm feeling my baby. There is something wrong I'm doing. And I used to cry a lot about it until I went to a lactation specialist, and they had to show me how to do it.
Right, and so I have to remind families a lot to remember that breastfeeding takes two people. Is one of the few processes in life where it's not all on one person. Your baby is an individual themselves, and sometimes there are things that can be going on with the baby physically. They might have had some, distress within the birth itself. If you had a baby that got stuck, or if it was a C-section, the medications that we get in labor also affects the baby as well. So sometimes when they come out, they're a little out of sorts as well, and that can cause an early complication with breastfeeding, for sure.
Yeah.
There are things like tongue and lip ties. We all have, the little string under our tongue, the little string under our lip, and that's supposed to be there, but for some children, it's more of it's more restrictive and can cause breastfeeding difficulties as well. And then there can also be actual physical and developmental differences between what is expected normal anatomy and what the child might actually have, and that can also affect breastfeeding.
I really appreciate you saying that it takes two people, me and the baby. So it's not just me.
It is not just you. Sometimes it is the baby.
That's why we need people like
Now, the way you're holding, just briefly show us just one of the tips of how you should be holding your baby in terms of the baby looking at you, the baby feeling comfortable. Show us briefly with the baby that you have in your hands, how you would do it as a new mother.
So we're going to pretend this is a newborn baby. This is one of our demo babies, and she is weighted, as you
Yeah,
learned.
it's a very heavy baby.
She's a heavy baby, so this would be about the size of maybe about a month-old baby.
Okay.
And one of the things is thinking about how we operate when we're eating and drinking. A lot of times I see moms and they're holding the baby kind of on their back,
Yes.
and then the baby has to try to strain and turn their head, and we're contorting the bodies. So I always tell people, your body held this baby very tight and very close in the womb for 9 or 10 months. We need to keep that same mindset on the outside.
Really close.
So bring them very close.
Okay.
Bring them very close and turn them as if you still have that umbilical cord attaching you, so that they're very tight, belly to belly on the outside.
Belly to belly.
Belly to belly. And make sure that their ears, their shoulder, and their hip is in alignment. Now, babies can have a natural curve. You can curve them around your body, but this should be kind of like in a nice straight line, or think of like the stars. It's like a nice constellation, because if they're turning their neck, it's uncomfortable. If you've ever had to wake up in the middle of the night and get a sip of water, you can't.
Don't you wish you knew this stuff?
The more you know. In the middle of the night when you wake up and you get a sip, you don't turn your head like this. We sit up. We want to get a nice extension through the neck, so that we can, tilt our heads back and open our jaw nice and wide. If the baby's turning like this, they can't open their mouth very wide. It gets kind of stuck. So we want them super close, so that when they come to the breast, they're not having to twist, they're not tight, they can be relaxed, and they like postural support. So if we're holding them nice and tight and close, it makes them feel less insecure. They feel stable, and they'll be a little bit more relaxed instead of kind of wobbling around and flailing around.
So I want you to talk to us about the actual intimacy. Let me hold the baby.
Absolutely.
And then talk to new mothers, especially young mothers. We find ourselves like this. And are you doing good? And we're just doing our thing, and the baby's not even doing what you ask. So talk to us about intimacy with the baby.
So that has to be developed as well. I think for some people, you can't really connect with something until you see it. So even though we feel the baby on the inside, especially for partners and the extended family as well, that's why it's so critical for them to have that time, that one-on-one time. So one of the things a lot of places will encourage now is what we call skin to skin or kangaroo care.
Okay.
So when the baby is getting fussy, when they're sleepy, when we're overstimulated as parents, bringing that baby in close, allowing them to stay on our chest, either bare skin, if you're wearing a robe, open your robe so that the baby can be literally their body, their face, their skin up against your heartbeat, and so that they can hear the sounds that they were used to hearing when they were in the womb. That's a really helpful technique is actually something we highly encourage for babies that were born, say, preterm or premature. It helps regulate their temperature, it helps regulate their heart rate, it helps regulate their brains. So it's critical not only for their emotional development, but their physical development as well. And it can be really calming for the parent as well. You know,
to shut down the stress
to
and just
shut down the
focus on
stress
the
and
baby.
just focus on the baby. And we do have to be more conscious, I think, now than previous generations, because there are so many distractions.
So many distractions.
So, you know, we don't want to drop the phones on the baby's heads or anything like that.
Even deny them the eye contact, that by itself is, you know, I feel like it's not natural. But we'll be hearing from people in parts of Africa about their experiences of breastfeeding. But I sometimes in some cultures, like for example here, I see like sometimes breastfeeding is considered like a taboo, and you have to hide yourself. You feel I see mothers, you know, feeling ashamed to breastfeed in public. Is it something we should be ashamed of?
It's not something that should be ashamed of. It's something that is very natural. It is a function of the body, just like eating and drinking and walking. And I like to compare breastfeeding to walking. Honestly, a lot of times it's not something dirty like going to the bathroom. This is a skill. This is something that the baby needs to learn how to do. This is something we as parents, as mothers, need to learn how to do. If a baby was, you know, developmentally at the age where they should be walking, they're watching us. They watch siblings. They're watching us to see how we're supposed to move their bodies, how they're supposed to put one foot in front of the other. And if the baby falls, what do we do as parents? We try to pick them up and help them know, do it again, you got this. And if we have a child that is not able to walk, we try to get to the root cause. We try to figure out what's going wrong. We're not going to just say, you don't need to walk, baby. Just lay on the floor.
Right.
And I think we should take, it should be the same for
I think that's,
breastfeeding.
you know, mostly because they have sexualized breastfeeding, and it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with feeding your child.
But just back home growing up, mothers would just take out their breast and feed the baby.
Because
like
it was so
no man will feel
normal.
Exactly. No
It
man
was
will
normal.
consider it sexual. Nobody
Exactly.
associates it with any
inappropriate behavior.
Yes.
So briefly, this is some props. Can you tell us a little bit about how to latch? Lily talked about, Simonish talked about how the problem with latching. Can you show us briefly in about 10 seconds?
Okay. Well, in about 10 seconds, a favorite way I like to show new moms, new parents how to latch is what we call an asymmetric latch, or like a flip kind of technique. And that is basically, a lot of times we just kind of put the baby straight on like that. And then if they miss, what do? They bite down or kind of clamp down right on the nipple. So if we're doing a more of a flipping, we kind of use your thumb to kind of shape the breast, squeeze it, make it a little smaller if they have smaller mouth, to help make it more smaller and manageable. And when we point that nipple up, it gives the baby a nice contact in the roof of their mouth, so that if they do miss a little bit, instead of the tip of your nipple, it's more of the fleshy part of the breast that's a little bit less uncomfortable. And you can also help guide the nipple into the mouth, and they get more of the actual deep latching on.
So much information. We are so glad you're here. You should have been here about a few years back when Well, this is our show for today. Thanks for our guest, Millie Karina, chairperson of Kenya Association for Breastfeeding, who was with us on Skype, on Zoom. And of course, Winnie Dula, a lactation and postpartum specialist, the Mama's Doula LLC here in Maryland. Be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com and our YouTube channel, where you can catch up with the latest episode and top news stories from around the globe. Thanks to our Voice editorial and production team. On behalf of VOA, thanks for tuning in. Until next time, take care of your baby and breastfeed.
working with Buhari, I wrote my book to change false narratives about the president, Femi Adesina. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Special Advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on Media and Publicity, Mr. Femi Adesina, has explained that he wrote the book working with Buhari on the former president to change the false narratives out there. He said when he was offered the appointment to work with Buhari, he was reluctant to accept it because he did not know what he was going into. Quote, I would say I had known President Buhari long before I came to work for him as advisor on media and publicity, unquote, Adesina said. He went further. Before then, I had not worked in government and I had no desire to work in government. But when the invitation to work with him came, I took it because he was a man I admired. After he won the election in 2015 and said, come and work with me, I wanted to say no because I was managing director of the Sun newspapers. I was president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, NGE. I did not want to leave what I was doing. I was very reluctant when I was asked to come to government. When I resigned my appointment, I began to cry because I did not know what I was going into, unquote. We have the honor of having Mr. Femi Adesina literally in our studios. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Let's start on the lighter note. How are you fitting back into normalcy, quote unquote?
Well, the truth is that even while I was in government, I was not out of normalcy. I was still a member of the society. I didn't cocoon myself in government. I didn't make myself unreachable. I was still part of society. So finishing 10 months ago and coming back home was not difficult for me.
Still on the lighter note, were you also stricken by the reported voodoo, invisible voodoo phantom in the presidency? One of your predecessors actually was once quoted to have stated that there is a phenomenon that ordinarily plagued those who worked in the villa. Were you?
Well, I think if you have read the book Working with Buhari, it's a whole chapter that was dedicated to that. I didn't see anything untoward. I didn't see anything mystical or mysterious in the villa. I think it's just a myth. And anybody that claims things like that happened is the one that can defend it or justify it. But I was there for 8 years, nothing untoward, nothing unusual.
Would you not think that maybe when people think that those who are going into the villa would act in a particular way, given what they think they know about the antecedents, and they see them acting in seemingly contradictory way, maybe that's why they reason like the administration you served and the president you served was once thought to have subscribed to the idea of devolution when it was campaigning, especially in 2014. Was once thought to be a president that was going to bring about a more profound degree of sanity in public life. And so, people naturally would take to such an opinion from whoever may have served in the villa, that maybe when people get ensconced in the villa, there is a degree of detachment from the Nigerian public. How would you want to respond to that?
Well, it would be a fallacy. And I'll give you this account. There was a time that things were quite difficult in the country. You know, now a lot of people say, being power, we are hungry, we are hungry. There was a time under Buhari that things were difficult too, and things were expensive. So one evening, I went to see him at home. And I said, Mr. President, do you know that there's a lot of complaint about scarcity of food and the prices of essential commodities and all that? He said, I know. He said, I have people from my constituency who give me feedback. He said, so I know what is happening, and we will do our best to make life better for them. So that shows you that when you are there, there are different feedback mechanisms you can have. And unless you shut all those avenues, then that is when you become closeted from reality.
But there was this particular audio leak from the then Honorable Minister for Transport, Right Honorable Rotimi Amaechi, when he said he was jocularly referring to some characters who felt they could complain. He said Buhari who doesn't even read newspapers. Buhari, what it concern Buhari concern. There was that audio leak there. And it gave the impression of a man who was living in his own world. A man who was so far away from the reality of the Nigerian environment that even, you know, a ministerial character could have the temerity to allude to his principle as somebody who could not be bothered by any opinion or any especially social media opinionation that some people thought would reverberate to him.
Well, just like you said, it was a leak. And the nature of leaks is that you can't authenticate it. So, for all we know, it could have been cooked up. It could have been manufactured. I didn't hear Minister Amaechi saying, yes, I said so. Neither did he say, no, I didn't say so. So, for all you know, it may not be true. But the President Buhari I worked with was the one who told me as his media advisor that 10 a.m. every day, I want the media highlights on my table. And when you give it to him, he begins to read it immediately. And one time he told me, he said, when I read the media highlights, at times I may not even read the main paper again. So when I read the highlights and I want to know more, I find the paper you have referred to in the highlights and I go to read that story. So,
I guess in this age of information inundation, that is what most of us do anyway. Yeah. Even those of us who are in the trade. In the morning, you want to look at the highlights and those items that are of interest to you. You then dig further by. Yes. I'm not saying, it's your brief to hold. It's a lifelong brief. You and Garba Shehu. Yeah. I was a bit sympathetic to you and Garba Shehu. And I must confess that on a number of occasions, I think just repeating some of the lines I had used, I would say, I can't really blame Garba Shehu and Femi Adesina because for me, it would border on a miracle to competently speak for an incompetent government. Many of the things that happened, and it's not very inconsistent with the presidential system of government because it's like a big orchestra. Somebody inevitably will miss a chord. Somebody will miss a note. That's not even in America, where we've copied it from, we know that the president may be speaking to a particular agenda and you could have one or two. But having said that, what was the greatest challenge that you personally had whilst loyally and faithfully working for the man Buhari as his official spokesperson?
Well, let me first attend to one word you used, an incompetent government. That's your opinion.
That was what I used to say.
Well,
I never say it's not my opinion.
It is your opinion. You have a right to it, but it doesn't make you right.
I never said that. I never said it was gospel. I said, but I used to empathize with you and Gabashewu, because sometimes, I would look at the two of you looking like, if I were to swap places with this gentleman, what could I have done better?
You can't begin to pontificate that whatever is my opinion is the gospel truth, is what is right.
I never said it was gospel.
But you have a right to it.
Oh, thank you.
You have a right to
Thank you for, at least, if that makes you more democratic, more of a Democrat than I would have thought of somebody that worked with a principal that,
that's a mistake you have made again.
Nonsense.
That's a mistake you have made again.
We'll get to it.
Okay. You were asking what is the challenge.
Specifically that you perceived, that you encountered, that you had to, within the context of your personal values, your principles, your understanding of your profession, how did you juggle it?
Well, I wouldn't say there was anything that came up that was insurmountable. The nature of challenges is that they are meant to be confronted. Any challenge that came, we confronted it, and as much as possible, we try to surmount it. I wouldn't say there was anything in my 8 years in government that gave me a stiff challenge and maybe it amounts or amounted to regret. No, nothing. I just took things in my stride as they came, and I believe that I did my best.
A particular passage in your book speaks to the fact that when the distinguished Senator Bukola Saraki emerged as the president of the Senate,
yes.
We knew that it was against the run of play of what the establishment, the party establishment, that's the APC establishment, wanted. But many of us just felt that he ultimately emerged because a man who was predisposed to allowing democracy to run its course was not, President Buhari was not ready to use any form of intimidation but from the way you have reported it, he seemed not to have liked it. You had to work on him a little bit to even concede to really congratulating the new leadership of the then newly emerged leadership of the Senate. How could we have bought the line? Those of us who thought we were tea leaf readers and political analysts, how could we have, on the one hand, bought the line that it was just because he didn't want to interfere with the process, and yet somebody as proximate to him as he were, still is, and writing from the perspective of somebody who still wants to portray him as a Democrat, write that.
It was not a line. It was reality. Because President Buhari is on record as having said before the proclamation of the National Assembly that whoever emerged as the leader or the leadership of both houses, he will work with. He was on record as having said that. That means Yes, the party has this prescription, or rather that the prescription of the party is what happens. But if it happens the other way, we will work with anybody that emerges. But then, somebody else emerging through subterfuge was what the president couldn't brook. If he had emerged fair and square, there will have been no issue. Remember the background happenings. They were waiting for a meeting with the party, and then some people went behind to begin to meet.
Left the venue,
yes,
and joined the plenary.
Yes,
at the expense of
and the election
majority
took
of
place while a large chunk of the people were not there, still waiting for the meeting with the party leadership. And because they had formed a quorum, something constitutionally acceptable was deemed to have happened. So it was the subterfuge and the hanky-panky that went in with it that the president took.
Not wanting to be too forensic. Well, I was a bit disturbed as an onlooker because at the said meeting that the senators-elect of the party were supposedly scheduled to have, all of them had congregated. A detachment of, at least what made some of us, what convinced us that the president was going to come was because a detachment of army operatives were already on the ground, and the only elected officer of state in Nigeria that is protected by personnel or officers or operatives of the Nigerian army is the commander-in-chief. So we thought he was going to come, but there was a bit of a delay because it like came in from a foreign tour.
Germany, that morning.
The very morning. So, and in your opinion, which is not gospel, you thought some people played the first one on the party and played the quisling and went to join forces with the other side, and ultimately gave us a very chimeric leadership of the Senate, where the substantive president was, the president of the Senate was the party from the majority party, but the vice president, the deputy president of the Senate was from, unusually, the opposition party. But even at that, as a Democrat, your principal ought to have accepted it.
We have covered that ground. He would have accepted it if it was fair and square, but it was not. There was subterfuge.
So how long did it take you to convince him that he needed to do what Democrats ordinarily do across the world? Sometimes you get the leaking and keep on thinking.
But the important thing is that at the end of the day, he agreed that the statement should be issued. If you read the book, he inserted one word that where I wrote that a constitutional process had been concluded. He inserted the word somewhat. So he now read a constitutional process has somewhat been concluded. So that's what happened. But eventually...
But the constitutional process was concluded.
It was. And that was what I wrote. And then he inserted the word somewhat. Because there was a lot of shenanigans that went into
which were not unusual in a political environment.
Not unusual. But there is also party supremacy. And everybody that is a loyal party member is expected to defer to the party.
Using that now as the microscope to analyze managing a principled, often obstinate man Sorry, it's meant in the positive.
I agree with you.
You know,
I agree with that one. You know, very well, can be principled to that point of obstinacy.
Obstinacy.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there thinking, 8 years of your life was spent micromanaging not only the intellectual persona, but indeed the emotional persona of a man who could tell you to your face that, because of such things that you have mentioned, like subterfuge, I'm not saying it's not true. Many of us outside too could see the machinations but 8 years working closely with such a man, you didn't lose much weight, and your chubby face. Sorry, maybe I wanted to take a punch at.
Okay, one thing I need to iterate here or reiterate because I've written it is that on the day I resumed work, President Buhari told me, he said, one thing I will want from you, Adesina, is the truth. Always. I say, always tell me the truth. In this kind of position, people can ring you and you will not know what is happening. He said, but from you, I want the truth. He said, when I argue, please argue with me. He said, I'm a general, so I can argue. He said, but argue with me. If you argue with me, and you are right, I will end up agreeing with you. It was like giving me a blank check. And that was why on that day when I said, let's issue a statement to congratulate the leadership of the National Assembly, and he said no, he would not issue. I argued with him until he agreed. There was another time, much later in the administration, a different party from the ruling party won election in one state. I went to a meeting. We need to congratulate the new party and their candidate that won. He said, why should I congratulate them after they beat my party? I said, no, Mr. President, you have to do it. He said, why must I do it? I said, you need to do it. Otherwise, it will be misinterpreted. And I showed him the statement I had prepared. He read through. And then he said, go and issue. If I didn't insist, that statement would not have been issued. So, with such a person,
and like any other human being, sometimes these things are natural. You know, when your side is walloped, or yes, you feel okay. You see, and this perhaps will be the last time I mention it. I earlier said that I often empathized with you, and the word empathy was the word that usually came to me then, because the administration at a point went into or nurtured a culture of taciturnity. You know, it almost got to a point of condescension. You needed to hear from the president, and the president was like in Mongolia, and we were getting exasperated. Some of us were getting exasperated with Femi Adesina and Garba Shehu. Garba Shehu is not Muhammadu Buhari. Femi Adesina is not Muhammadu Buhari. What instructed that strategy of alienation and near cocooning? Let me borrow the word you had earlier used.
I will not call it alienation. I will call it a style peculiar to.
And that was a metaphor and phraseology you were very adept at. Yes. It was even far more irritating. It was even far more irritating.
Yes, because I had also been a student of stylistics. in school. I remember my stylistics lecturer telling us that style is idiosyncratic, which means it differs from person to person. Soyinka's style is different from Achebe's style. Achebe's style is different from J.P. Clark's style. Style was peculiar to each of them. So also with the president. Donald Trump had his style where he would personally tweet and land himself in trouble.
And leave his media team
to not be packing this. And then President Buhari left things to us. We just needed to cross-check very crucial things with him before we issued. Now let me give you an illustration. During COVID, you know, there was a lot of trepidation everywhere. It was going to wipe out the world. It was going to wipe out Nigeria particularly, and the black race. So, when there was going to be a shutdown, the president made a broadcast. A week after, he made another broadcast. And in another 2 weeks, he made another broadcast. 3 broadcasts within a month. I was then on the radio station, and somebody called in and said, "We want the president to speak to us. He must speak to us. He must speak to us." And then I asked the person, I said, "This month alone, there had been 3 broadcasts. Isn't that president speaking to the country?"
But that was a time.
Then what they wanted was a president like Donald Trump, who would be tweeting and...
But that was a time when many world leaders, many more world leaders were almost literally in the faces of their populace.
The president rose to the occasion and he set up a presidential task force under COVID, headed by the Secretary to the Government, Boss Mustafa, which did a fantastic job. In fact, the UN Secretary General commended Nigeria for the way it tackled the COVID challenge. What mattered was results and not just the body movement. Nigerians just wanted a president who had all the body movements.
Okay, let's speak to some of we've tried well enough to psychoanalyze the idiosyncrasies of the president. But you also have some very peculiar idiosyncrasies.
That means the style is idiosyncratic.
I'm coming home to you.
Okay.
Because at least I could sympathetically pardon you. Speaking for your principal, but you also took on some unnecessary battles. How did the Wailing Wailers, how did that emerge from lexicography?
Yes. If you also read my book, a whole chapter was dedicated.
But you must tell our viewers.
Yes, and I'm going to tell it now. A whole chapter.
Maybe that will even make some people buy your book.
A whole chapter was dedicated to the Wailing Wailers. What happened? In the early days of the administration, Olisa Metu was a spokesman for PDP. Anything the president did or did not do, he will issue a statement. If it rained too heavily, he will issue a statement against Buhari.
That was his portfolio.
If it didn't rain, he will say it's Buhari's fault. Anything, he issues statement. It became very exasperating.
To you?
No, well, to anybody who was following
and partisans of your party.
Well, we were in a large number. So one day, he issued one unnecessary statement from my view. I then did a tweet. I said, these people were in power for 16 years. Now they have lost it. They do not seem to realize that they are not going to taste that power for a long time. I then ended it with Wailing Wailers. So who was I talking to? PDP and a spokesman, Olisa Metu. That tweet was done in August 2015. Remember, the government came into power May 29. So it had only served June, July. The 3rd month was when that tweet was done. War followed. He has abused us. Not PDP people generally on social media who are anti-Buhari. He has called us wailing wailers. He is disrespectful. He is this, he is that. So they assumed that epithet for themselves, that they were the wailing wailers. And because I didn't refer to them as wailing wailers, and they adopted it. So I said, well, if you have adopted it, you are welcome to it.
Would you want to agree with me that you see sometimes you present a very innocuous facade or visage of a face, you act like you can barely kill an ant, but you are a very mischievous. When it comes to matters of the pen, you could be very mischievous. What instructed you signing, even if it was Metu and PDP, what instructed the phraseology Wailing Wailers?
Yeah, because we knew Bob Marley and the Wailing Wailers. And then we had a party which wailed about everything. So I then called them Wailing Wailers.
So as innocent and chubby as the face looks, don't be fooled. This man sometimes goes to hunt for a fight.
Well, Shakespeare says there's no art to find a man's construction in the face.
Okay.
So
now,
reminds me of another TV host who said, talking about the same thing, he said, you are a gentle troublemaker.
Indeed, a gentle. Some of us knew that you wouldn't want to run away from a fight, but you would pretend and give a facade of a very comely, homely. I don't give a poncho, but you may slightly be biting. Anyway, there were some unfortunate incidents in Aso Rock that any media professional would find it difficult to manage. Some reported encounters between Her Excellency the First Lady and some family members. One incident when there was a chase and somebody jumped the wall and there were some reported shots fired. I'm picking my phrases well. I wasn't there.
It was in the public domain.
And moments like that, somebody like you and Malam Garba Shehu would have to not only sit by yourselves, but sit with your coterie of strategists. What did it take? How did you manage such, on the one hand, it related more with the family than with the person of the president.
Exactly.
On the other hand, the people would need some modicum of logical explanatories, quote unquote. And I was thinking, I once told a friend then, what would you expect? What would you expect a Femi Adesina or a Garba Shehu to say about this now? If you say a bit too much, Madam could be offended. If you say a bit too much, president was such then that you would even know he had this emotional management style that he could go blank. You wouldn't even know. So how did you guys?
Yes, for me and for us in the administration, family was off limits. Off limits. We didn't touch family.
I remember that you emotionally lashed us with that line too. So some of your lines are coming now to haunt.
Who first used that line? I think it was it Obama during the campaign, and there was an issue about.
But you borrowed it. Yeah. You borrowed it abundantly.
I borrowed it. Obama said no, family is off limits. So, me too. That was the position I took. Family is off limits. I was.
And I was feeling, you want me to give you, and I was feeling, but boy, you're not boy. You know, sorry for the French.
No problem. There was one weekend I came home. You were on the radio station, and you were criticizing me so much. I said, who is this person? And Gola Oba. What did I do to him?
You know, sometimes you got me so livid, and I would think, but you see, and a part of me would again say, but what could you have done if you were to swap places with? I'm not doing this as a PR for you.
I know.
Because some people are watching now and they are feeling, you know, I still have my cane somewhere in Okeaja. I didn't want to speak the French, but you have helped me now to speak the Yoruba. I have my book.
Yeah, you know, it's a very delicate and sensitive assignment, and you have to use your sixth sense to do it. Otherwise, you land yourself in trouble.
You became the first Nigerian to hold the position for 2 terms of a president.
Yes.
Is not only in Nigeria, in most liberal democracies, it is perceived to be one of those portfolios with loads and loads of banana peels, littering the welfare of the professional or the person handling it. Because whichever way you speak, some will be happy, especially loyalists and partisans of the party of the president, but some, even if you woke Rotimi Williams from the grave, and Gani Williams and Gani Fawayimi was backing Rotimi Williams. You couldn't, you know. That was how, because of the rabid partisanship that social media. Before we go into, you became the media advisor of the president in an age when conventionalism left journalism, left public relations, left public perception management. Now, speaking to students of journalism, public relations, because at some point we have to appropriate some of the experiences you gain there for the benefit of, especially as it relates to the fecundity of how, you know, information, sometimes negative, most times negative ones, come from the social media. How did you go about it?
It was really tough. You see that it was under that administration that social media exploded in Nigeria. It has started under Jonathan. You know that Reuben Abati had to tackle people on social media at a point. But by the time we came in 2015, it was everywhere. It almost became a national distraction. So what I did was I had to get on all the platforms of social media too. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all that.
Make a confession now.
Yes.
You know, you holding an imaginary Bible. Most of those tweets by the president was not directly by the president.
No. It
was by you people.
This is how it happens. There is a digital team headed by Tolu Ogunlesi. When we do statements for the president, most of which are approved by him, they then convert it to tweets. That's how it happens.
So it was more of a proxy kind of.
Oh yes, it was the statements we had issued.
The backroom guys are already chasing us out of the studio, but I can't but ask this. Looking back now, and you know, the incumbent president has been very circumspect, not making any negative allegation about his predecessor. But we have some officers of the executive now speaking to how some things were done with utter absurdity, incongruity, lack of respect for processes, procedure, and the rule of law. You, as somebody who was part of that administration, how do you sometimes feel when you wake up and you see there are still allegations, and you see the Emefiele and the CBN story go one way? You hear some, you read about some abuses of processes and how it did seem, if one were to draw a picture, that the president was being, not directly, but in a way being painted not to be in control.
On January 16, when this book, Working with Buhari, was publicly presented, President Buhari was there, he made a speech, and he said, when things are not put on record, revisionists will have the day. He said, for everything that was done under him in his administration, the records are there. So anybody that wants to check anything should look at the records. So all those who are talking today, they will fare better if they go to look at the records to find out what exactly happened under President Buhari. If they look at the records, they will find that their questions are already answered.
Is it Reverend Femi Adesina? I don't like when I get this tricky, honestly. Even me, I was thinking, I know you are, you have an ecclesiastic title of a sort.
I do.
Is it Deacon?
I do,
Reverend?
but I just love the word brother.
Oh, brother.
You call me Brother Femi, I'm okay.
To be honest with you, loyalty is said not to be an act that is done only when you are seen to be doing it. That you are still standing by your principle and using the giftings of God in your life to still want to give the record as best as you believe it should be seen. All the best.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Wish you all the best.
I appreciate it.
This is where we wrap it up for today. Quite an encounter with Mr. Femi Adesina. I am Bola Oba.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023. President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assumed office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer of the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, the civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time, when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. Even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you. Cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too hectic.
It doesn't be easy. The high rack of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, it will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolen is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
And would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where a large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody has their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet should have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened so that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, you know, at the time when people were looking for hope, when people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from, you know. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have gone through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up, at least to a large extent, your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they'll find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel cost. That is about 500 to 600 Naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. We are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900. So before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so it is our cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the week of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, ma'am, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo. Because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. We talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we're against. We're not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody's nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail, and every one of us fail. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. This can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commutes. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a brother, a friend, and a mentor. Mentor not because of any other thing, but the fact that he does whatever he does well. And I like to learn from people who do stuff well. He's none other than Richard Mofe Damijo, RMD for short. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes,
Thanks.
welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I believe that you know, but I think you will tell me what you do know truly. That if we were to write the story of contemporary theater, contemporary production, contemporary film in Nigeria today, you will have to feature prominently. You know.
Well, you know, they say for us, we just do the work, and the historians like you, the gatekeepers like you, will be the ones that will etch it.
You're also a journalist. In that profession, you never retire.
You never retire, right.
So, but truly, what was the foundation? What was the fascination that brought you into it?
I'm a child of television. I am a complete child of television, a child of films and everything. I mean, I was one of those who will run after mobile cinemas.
In those days?
In those days, to find out where they are setting up. So we can get the front seats. They will sit on the ground and wait for the commentator. You know, it was silent.
Yes, it was silent, yes.
But they will run the commentaries.
Yes.
And when television, when you discover that there is a man who owns a television set maybe like a few miles away,
yes.
They start at, the man opens his window probably at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
We start the trek from around 6 p.m. To get to the good spot on the window.
Yes.
Before my father bought his own television. So I knew from an early stage that I would love to be one of those people inside the box. Talking, you know, so that people can also watch.
Yeah.
You know. And when it was time for university, theater was the obvious choice.
Yes.
My illiterate mother, who didn't know what theater was, had to discern from her cousin, who we call Uncle London, who was supposed to be dropping me in the university the next day, who was very upset with me that I was going to school to play.
That's your uncle?
My uncle. He was like, this boy is just going to play. You know, I don't know why you let him go to university to go and play.
Yeah.
You know. My mom started crying, and as an only child, her tears usually will break me.
Yes.
And I cried, and I said, look, it's okay. I'm not going to play. It's serious. But you will see me on television. That's the only thing I can let you understand. And she was like, she looked at my uncle and said, is it true? Is he going to be on television? Well, yeah, if he does well. And as God will have it, in my second year in the university,
yes,
I think it was Ifeanyi Ayafulu or something like that, somebody that came to watch a stage play in Uniben, saw me on stage and asked my lecturer to let me come for an audition at NTA Benin. I went for the audition, I got the part. It was a lead role, it was a character called Emeka, and it was about the Osuke system.
Yes.
TV script was written by Bob Ejike.
Bob Ejike, yes. I know him.
Echoes of Wrath.
Yes.
Yes. Or the
Wrath of the Gods.
Yeah, the Wrath of the Gods. And that was my claim to fame. So we did the TV play. It was the entry for Bendel,
the Bendel
television service, and we won the national competition. I didn't know what that had done for my image, but I can tell you that when I went home after that semester, after the play had been shown, apparently it had been repeated a few times.
Yes.
So people had known that it was me that was in that thing. And they had, my mother, of course, had already become popular. So when I got to the market and they cited me, it was mayhem because I didn't know what had happened. But they started shouting, Emeka, Emeka, and they carried me, they danced.
around the market.
Danced around the market and dropped me in my mother's shop, by which time all her friends had taken, you know, choice positions, you know, to welcome me back home. And it was at that moment that, you know, I knew that I had made the right choice, because that feeling, you know, it stays with you.
Yes, it does.
It stays with you. And this was just me in school. I mean, imagine if I now went on to become something else nationally. Again, when I came to Lagos after youth service, again, it was stage play. I was, because that's my forte, I was on stage. Danladi Bako had come to the theater and saw me, and he had invited me to come to NTA for an audition. Then it was Sparks.
Oh, yes, Sparks.
Special Protection Anti-Crime Squad.
Yes.
But we had a little thing. I'm very prompt. If I'm going to be late, I will call and I say, I'm going to be late, you know. In fact, sometimes people say, I get ridiculous because I can call and say I'll be 5 minutes late. You know. So our path kept crisscrossing. When he says be there at 2, I will be there before 2, but he might not be there. Anyway, long story short, the first day that he was supposed to audition me, he didn't see me because I had gone. By the time he came, I had gotten angry and gone. And the next time he saw me, he's like, you didn't show up. I told you to come and do audition. I said, I showed up, you didn't show up. You know, so we talked about it and he laughed and he sort of liked me and said, you know what? I was going to give you a bit pass before, just 1 or 2 episodes, but I'm going to make you one of the detectives. And that was how I became a major cast in that series.
That's like how they started calling your mom Mama Emeka.
Mama, yes. So you know, I became nationally recognized, and of course, I became friends with Tade Ogidon. Ogidon went on to do Hostages.
Yeah, Hostages.
Yes, Hostages, and of course, some of my most important works were done with him. I did Diamond Ring.
Yeah, Diamond Ring.
Diamond Ring was something else.
Yes,
I mean, you know, and then a certain young lady came into the scene. Her name was Amaka Igwe. God bless her soul.
Bless her soul, yes.
And Amaka, you know, cast me in Checkmate.
Checkmate, yes.
Checkmate was already in episode 10 when I joined. And so I needed to make an impression. I needed to join quickly and make an impression. And I remember when I was building my character, I started doing this as Sheku Kadiri. And then I dropped my voice to an octave, you know, like a lower. And so when I appeared on the set the first day, I didn't spare anybody. I was ready.
Yes.
Again, I haven't seen. I think I heard we lost him. Bolaji Daudu.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. I think we lost him as well. So Amaka is gone down. Bolaji. I remember a scene that that made me an instant hero on the set. I remember that I was with Ego Boyo, who was Anne Hathorpe.
Yes.
And I remember, I think I went to her office, and as I was talking to her, I did like this. I tapped my leg and I put my legs on her table.
Yes.
You know, and I could see the shock in her face. Like, and then the director was like, you know, keep it. You know, so it became a thing for me. You know, when I get to office, I tap my leg and I put it on the table. Just show disregard or something. You know, so from early on, I came in and enjoyed myself. I enjoy everything I do, everything that has to do with this business, you know, or anything that is given to me as an assignment. I will do it to the best of my ability as if my entire life depends on it. And that has been my motivation for everything that I do. Little did I know that 62 years later, it will become like the hallmark of, you know, my success.
It's actually the hallmark of your definition.
You know, so I look back now and I'm saying, thank God for loving my work and not minding what anybody else will say around me.
Yes.
You know, because you are given a name if you work too hard.
If you work too hard. I used to be the
and all of that.
I used to be the world gecko of the studio.
Who does he think he is?
Yeah.
Why does he have to? Why do you have to always overdo it? You can just manage. They will manage it. Like no.
But then, you know, it's strange. It's funny. It's against the drift for someone like you who, as an only child, one would expect to have been spoiled silly by your mom.
Oh, my mother, God bless her soul. She will wait for somebody like you to come visit me. When all my friends come, then she will start shouting. She will start screaming and crying. And I will be begging, like, calm down now, my friends. I say, no, let them know how you treat me. Her common phrase is, when I say it in pidgin, it's sweeter.
Yes.
I say, if person born one pikin, then they die put. I'm supposed to talk to you with my eyes.
Yeah.
If I look at you, you're supposed to know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, nonsense. I will start begging her to calm down. My mom will raise me, will lift me over my ear.
Yes.
You know, so she said to me, this one child that I have, you will be like 20.
Yeah.
You will cook, you will clean, you will be a girl, you will be a boy. You will do everything that a child is supposed to do, yes. So from age 10, in fact, from age 8, I was cooking. You know, till date, it's one of my superpowers.
Yes.
You know. So when I was dating your sister, she couldn't cope. She had to run to her auntie to learn. She said, "I'm this man." She would eat in my house and I'm like, which of your girlfriends did this one? I said, it's not my girlfriend.
I did.
I'm
my mother's child.
You know?
So really, you know, for me, I think that background fired you up too.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Just to pursue excellence.
Oh yes. I don't know how anybody that doesn't have strong parental guidance can cope. You know, I mean, because there's so much distraction out there.
Yeah.
For us, it's not even as bad. You know, growing up, but today,
it's terrible.
From games, the phone alone, the distraction of the phone alone.
It's too strong.
I don't know about you, but I mean, when we were young, in my teens, what we did was to look for those people who sell books.
Yes,
on the street.
to buy.
You will buy Hadley Chase and you stack it.
And then you start to read.
Yes.
There was usually a competition.
Of course.
To outread.
To outread. When it was now the time of Leon Uris.
Yes.
You know, the Born Identity, all those things. You will start to read, and you know, the bigger the novels, the better.
The better. And then if it was comics, you read so much.
I mean, we will fight about books.
Yes.
We will, you know, you say, oh, how many have you read? You will stack it. So now, all of that is gone.
It's gone.
All of that is gone. I don't know. They are not even reading books on Amazon or e-books. No. You know, I remember earlier when I started, when we got married, my wife would say, why do you just load your suitcases with books? I have a thing for hardcovers. I just buy hardcovers. I love hardcovers. I love to turn the pages.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, all of that gives you the discipline to be able to. So today, one of the biggest things that people our age deal with is to be able to adapt and switch.
And switch, yes.
Yes, to this digital age, to be able to match the energy of these young people. Unfortunately, some of us didn't, we were not able to make that switch.
That's what I wanted to ask you next,
Yes.
actually, that
Yes.
how were you able to make the switch? And don't throw the question back at me,
Okay.
right? How were you able to make that switch? Because there you were very strong on theater, the stage, right, television, and then movies came in, then technology
came in.
Came in.
I had children early, and so I had also the good fortune of being a Sunday school teacher. I was teaching teens,
yes.
and I handled, when I was handling these teenagers, I could see the rate at which things were changing. I use an illustration of my children to sort of gauge how technology was switching, and those things were the signposts for me to start to change with them.
Yeah.
When they just first went abroad, when I go to stay to America, they come stay with me in my hotel room, and they will fight. The two of them, Tega and Mena, will fight over remote control. Daddy, he doesn't want me to watch this. You know, after a while, I discovered that when they come to my room, they just want to jump in the bed and pull the duvet and hold their phones underneath the duvet, and my television is there, they don't touch it.
You had your piece,
I had
and they
my
were in
piece,
their own world.
and I was looking at this, I would say, time to go to bed, turn off your phones, but they will turn off the phone. The minute I go to my own room, they are back on.
Yeah.
I saw that switch, and I knew that one had to keep up. And keeping up meant understanding what was going on.
Yes.
Understanding that television was gradually migrating from the wall
to the
palm.
Yeah.
And it also meant that we needed to work smartly, you know. And that is what you find today, even amongst the young people.
Yes.
Why do we have YouTube millionaires today, and people are still saying they are looking for who to help them?
Yes, yes.
There are boys who started streaming from their phones.
Yes.
There's a guy called Itom who does all these things with his phone. I did one of my birthday things with him, you know. He records with his phone.
Yes.
He edits everything with his phone.
Yes.
And today he's a brand influencer, all kinds of things. And so when young people come to me, sometimes I say to them that if you are not lazy, you will understand that you do not really need anything anymore than everything is here now.
Yes.
You need to make the switch. Find out what other young people are doing to ensure that they can beat the odds. You know, because now to be an entrepreneur means owning your own thing.
Yeah.
Being able to do it yourself.
Yes.
That's what being an entrepreneur is.
Yes.
So this is the age of entrepreneurs. We have seen the dot-com billionaires and all of that. Now you can sit in your room and use the tools that are available and go viral in 1 second.
1 second.
Look at what happened to us when we were under lockdown.
Yes.
The Nigerian economic space was transformed by these young people who were solution-based providers. They were looking for solutions. If you needed to move money, they were looking for solutions. And what was the biggest thing we had? PayPal.
Yeah.
These boys made billions.
Yes.
You know? And today, look, there's Flutterwave, there's Piggyverse, there are all kinds of things that these kids are redefining, you know, the entire space, economically, socially, and everything, even to how they organize governmental resistance or leadership resistance and everything.
Yes.
Twitter is a tool.
Yeah.
We saw the Arab Spring and everything, and today in Nigeria we have our own kind of spring.
Yeah.
You know, we saw all that play out during the elections, you know.
Yes.
So we for me, I'm a trend watcher, and I like to be able to at least navigate it. You know, I might not be an expert in it. It is the age of AI now.
Yeah.
How can you sit back and not be able to deploy AI to help yourself?
Yeah.
You know, so we all need to keep, you know, watching these trends and see how we can switch and not become dinosaurs overnight.
In fact, it's that dinosaur effect that I actually wanted to leap onto.
Yes.
That, you know, that switch that you made, something must have informed it beyond technology in your career.
Yes, it's the zeal to survive.
Yeah.
It's the zeal to survive and be in the very top of the being at the very top of the food chain. Because the minute you drop off, to climb back up there is very difficult.
If possible.
You know, it is so important that you must keep up. And keeping up means, you know, researching, reading, you know, asking questions, and being able to unlearn, you know, because you can't sit in one place and say, oh, I've done this for 40 years.
The truth is that you, for instance, you read theater and then you went to read law.
Yeah, yeah. It was his pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is never wasted. And for me, in fact, people look at me and say, oh, you knew you were going to go into government. I said, no. But it made me ready.
Yes.
It made me, so today, my credentials are good enough to hold any kind of public office.
Yes.
Apart from having put in time into work, because post-graduation, this is 40 years. So I can hold any public position today because I qualify for it, both experientially and, of course, academically. You know.
Right. And then having read law, you found it easier to navigate the law aspect of your job.
Of my today, I can't mention names, but there are people that are being exploited on a daily basis. There are corporations who will just grab your stuff and use it and hope that they can just stampede you. And they did it to me, Leko. Yes, a corporation actually did it to me, took my program that I created myself and slammed it on their channel. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this can't be happening. They know me. They see my name. And nobody comes to me to say, we are running this thing on our channel, or we want to run this on our channel. Instead, I'm getting reports. So we just did video recording, and I told my lawyers, like, go make the approach. And at first, they were trying to be like, oh, no, but when they saw the facts on the table, I said, if this will be the last thing, if this is the last thing with my last breath, I will teach you not to do it to another person when I'm done with you guys. Also, they had the good sense to quickly start appealing to my human side. And of course, we settled out of court, but you know, not without them paying something. So that enablement comes from having gone to school, studied law, and also being able to still stay within that aspect of the law. Teach younger lawyers about it, because there is just so much. In today's world, you cannot be talking about content without seeking to look at the people who are producing the content and protecting them, because content goes across boundaries. It is without borders. And there is so much in there legally. The legal regimen for that whole, you know, body of work, it's amazing. And there are lawyers who are still saying, oh, I want to enter into the entertainment space, but I don't know what to do.
When the entertainment space is already surrounding you.
The entertainment space is begging you to come in, because what happens in Nigeria is that people look at practitioners and expect practitioners to be the ones to be the change in whatever they're doing. I want to come in and clock in as an actor on a daily basis. So I would rather that a banker is watching the figures and watching what the data is saying about my work, instead of you waiting for me to come to your bank to tell you, oh, there's so much money in this work that I do, come and give me the money for it. As opposed to them coming into the space and looking at it and seeing how they can.
Okay. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about something that I know is very dear to RMD, which is mentorship, mentoring the younger generation. A few big names lay claim to him being their mentor. Stay tuned.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations, RMD. Let's talk about you. You have given a lot of your network, your space to younger people. Every time Ali Baba speaks of his sojourn in Lagos, your name is within the first 2 or 3 sentences. I just go meet them, show me the way. Why do you do stuff like that?
Because I have had the opportunity of also being embraced and mentored by some of the biggest names in the industry. I met Uncle Olu Jacobs, I met Uncle Peter Doche, I met Professor Wole Soyinka, and so on and so forth. Now, somebody doesn't have to, you don't have to be with somebody in close proximity to be, for the person to be your mentor.
No.
So you see them, you love their work, and so you aspire to want to, be like them or be even bigger than what they have done. And so for me, every time that younger people come to me, it's a teaching moment. I was born to teach. I teach, and so I've had the privilege of, encountering people like Ali Baba, when he first came into Lagos, and what I liked about him was the hunger. Not very many people will come to you and say, "Oh, I'm a comedian," and I funny die, and I say, "Well, make me laugh now." And there he went at it. Yeah. For the next 20 minutes, I'm the one begging, "Okay, you funny, it's okay." So it was a joy for me to be able to work with him and take him around and show him the ropes. I had similar encounter with Moody. I remember I was mourning when Moody would come to me and say to me, "Bros, Asabi, so I just need help, I was in mourning, my late wife, when I got tired of listening to this young man. I just called my younger brother one day and I said, I think it was at that time in '96. It was about $18,000 naira or so that he needed, or 27,000 naira that he needed for his shop. Sure. And I give it to my brother. And I said, "Go and pay this money to the landlord." And I turned to him and I said, "Don't make me regret this." this investment in your life, And today, the man owns an entire street with his fashion brand. Yes. I'm very proud of him. In fact, after that first rent that I paid, he came to me again and said, "Bros, I need more money." So this time, I want you to you have shares in my thing, you'll be my partner. And I said to him, "What would you think if tomorrow you now make money? I will now come and say, 'Hey, how far today? How much you don't make? You not give me small thing.'" And if you have gotten married, and our wives should now be looking at each other like, this one just comes here to take money. I said, don't worry. So I gave him money again. I said, I don't want any part of it. Just do well. That's all I want, you know. And I'm happy to report that he's done well. And he pays it forward, you know, as well. Of course, Bovie, it was me that gave him his first job. He was my PA. Teju Babyface, I took him under my wing.
Yes, you were even in Diamond Ring.
Together. You know, I had forgotten about him, but when I was in Unilag, he found his way to me, and till today, he's still under my wings, and I'm happy to help. And AY, you know, so I'm happy that you know, I'm in a position to inspire younger people. There are younger actors today that not very many people know that I ran a workshop, an acting workshop where Desmond Elliott was one of my students.
He was?
Yes,
Wow.
yes, he was one of my students. And you know, you can tell because good work is light, knowledge is light. I remember at the end of our course of my workshop with them, I said, this one, you will go far. You know, I remember Zemeji was saying to me one day that, I know that you train this boy, but you have to tell him to stop trying to act like you. You know, that he has to find his own. I said, don't worry, leave him, he's young. He will define himself. You know, for now, this is, you know, I'm happy today. He's killing it as a legislator and also as a film producer and all that. So, I'm happy to be of help. There are so many more that there are people who see me and say to me that, oh, because of you I read theater. Yeah, because of you my child is reading theater. One of the biggest things that happened to me that day, I just broke down and cried.
Oh wow!
When I was building Namole, there was a day that I had run out of money. You know how that day I was like, you know what? 12 o'clock, I didn't have money to even pay workers for the food there. I said, 12 o'clock, shut the place down and let everybody go. When I have money, I will continue. So I usually would drive to my site around 5 p.m. So that day at 12 o'clock, I said, let me go and shut down the place. So I didn't get there till about 1. And I saw them working and all that. So I called the foreman, like, what's going on? He said, that's the owner of a school near my place there just came and was asking that, she always liked this land. She wanted to buy this land. That who is the owner of this place? It's RMD's place. That's the young actor. So she left and sent, I think, 50 bags of cement to my site, and he gave instruction that don't tell him not to come to me. I just tell him I said welcome to the neighborhood, you know. So that day, I mean, I'm like, I don't think I deserve anything. So when people show me kindness, you know, so I'm like, no, I'm going to go meet this woman. I mean, why would she just give me 50 bags of cement and say I should come and say hello? So I went to her school, and you know, I finally saw her, and she said, it's for nothing, you know. I said, but since you came, let me show you something. So she went to her filing cabinet and drew it out and brought out a paper plate and showed me the paper plate. And I saw my autograph on it. You know, that time there was no phone.
There was no phone.
No phone to do autograph and all that. So I saw my signature on the plate. I said, do you remember this plate? I said, I think I remember that it must have been in London. He says, yes. He said, my daughter saw you in London at a party in London and came to you and said she loves acting, you know, and you signed this plate. You signed her party plate that she was supposed to use to eat. You signed it and she kept it. Wow. He said, today, my daughter is studying theater because of you. She's specializing on radio and everything. I just started crying. Wow. You know? So, I mean, that for me, a few years later, the daughter will come back to Nigeria, and the woman calls me and says, your daughter is around, though. She wants to do radio internship. I said, leave it to me. Yeah. I got a repower. I called Raymond Dopesi at the time, and they were happy to put her on radio. And then, of course, the mother could hear her voice on radio. Of course. So when things like this happen, you are thankful for the kind of life you've led. That you can be. It's not easy to be a role model. It's very tasking. Because then you can't have a break. Yeah, that's the truth. You cannot take a break and do rubbish. No. It is very tasking.
Talking about it being tasking brings to mind the thought of you, say like since 1985 or 84, you've been in Lagos, fully resident, a citizen of the city or state, right? And you have been playing lead roles since the early 2000s.
No, since 84.
I'm winding you.
Since 84, because for stage, I transited into television.
TV and the movies. Yeah. What have you brought to your craft that sustained you as the go-to lead person, lead man in your career?
It's dedication. Dedication, because when you are dedicated to your craft, you will hone it. Because it's there. We are all gifted in some way with something or the other. It is identifying that thing earlier on. Yes. So I have never, even though I've served in government for 8 years and I'm a lawyer, I always will start by saying my name is Richard Mofe-Damijo and I'm an actor.
Yes. That's it.
Full stop. You will discover in the course of our interaction that I'm a leader, I'm a life coach, I'm a speaker, I'm a Sunday school teacher. I can moonlight as a pastor sometimes. I'm a lawyer and I can be a politician. So it is that. So I imbue whatever it is that I'm doing with everything that is inside me. I pour into everything that is inside that I'm asked to do. There is something that I say, and I'll say this in closing. Maybe that will help somebody out there. When they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, it is very true of actors and the camera. When the camera looks at the actor or films the actor on TV or on film, it can see to the soul of the actor. And if the camera sees, that means the audience POV is seeing. Now, if you're faking it, it will catch you.
It will.
You can only fake it for this long. Now, but if you are not faking it, if you truly love the job and respect the job and respect the people for whom you do it for, the people will find it. That is the convergence of God blessing the work of your hand. So it is when that's dedication and respect for the audience converges with God's blessing that you blow. Because the people can see you.
Talking about Black Book.
Yes.
How well has it done? I've watched it twice.
Oh, Black Book is probably, people say, some of my colleagues say to me, Bros, you can now retire. It's being called the biggest African title ever to be streamed because we did incredible numbers. It's the first film that has hit the global number 3 in Africa. No other production, even from South Africa.
Out of Africa,
none has hit number 3. Yes, none whatsoever. We were number 1 in South Korea, in Hong Kong, we were 3 in the US at some point, 3 in UK, 3 in Canada. We took the whole world, by storm.
The figure I heard the last time was like 17 million.
We've done over 17 million views.
See, you know how people always calculate stuff for you.
Yes.
Yeah. So if they are returning, what's it called to you, per stream, per
Oh, you mean
for money?
Unfortunately, the negotiations are already done.
Yeah.
Before the.
Usually.
Yes, because you never know the one that will blow. But the beautiful thing is that you are up there now. You are a global.
Yes.
You know, you're a global brand now.
Yes.
People are seeing you globally.
Yeah.
It means that you only need to cap this.
Yeah.
To stay there.
Yes.
And then every good thing will come.
Will come.
Yes.
Seek ye first the kingdom of
God. Yeah, every good
thing will be
every good thing will come, because we do everything to the excellency of His name.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm not afraid to say I'm a man of faith.
Oh, I know that.
Yes,
I know
yes,
that.
yes.
If you
Yes.
are not faith,
Yes, yes. Grace is the icing on the cake.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I recall that people thought, oh, you're studying theater, so he's just going to be dancing. He's going to be playing. Out of nowhere, he went to read law.
Yes.
Right. So out of nowhere, what are you reading next?
Well, I am going to do the Harvard course.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to do something on leadership. Yes, just to fulfill a yearning in my heart.
Oh, just a year.
It's a yearning. It will come to. It will be useful as always, because every knowledge is never lost.
Yes.
You know, I believe that the way leadership is taught now is very different from how it was taught maybe 20 years ago when I was going to go for that course.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think that it is something that never goes out of fashion.
Do you have a political ambition?
Absolutely no.
I'm not surprised.
But you know, like every one of us cannot make change from only the political side.
No, certainly not.
Yeah, I'm not averse to working, to contributing my quota. I've done so at the state level. If nature happens to conspire to put me at the national level to contribute my quota, of course, I will proudly.
Actually, I saw something that you did recently, something about mortality.
Oh, yes.
Maternal
yes.
mortality.
Yes, I lend my voice and my name and my image to different kinds of campaign. I'm a he for she. Again, I'm my mother's child.
Yeah.
And so anything that has to do with women's rights, I'm a champion for that. I will stand up for women any day, anytime. I bring up my kids, my sons, to defend women, their sisters, every time.
Yes.
You know, there's no excuse, you know, for that. Not that they are weaker, but that's how we are wired.
Yes.
We are wired to protect and to serve. And so every time that I'm called upon or I see an opportunity to lend my voice to any kind of campaign that will make humanity better, I will. I think that our problem is that we did a wrong turn and we have all lost our humanity.
Yeah, that's,
you know,
that's quite sad.
As simple as the injunction of loving your neighbor as yourself. It is that simple.
Yeah.
You know, but then again, man loves to complicate things.
And find a solution to the complication.
To the complication
that he created.
Oh my goodness. Son.
But on a regular day, one would expect that you will be on set. So when you're not on set, what do you do? What are the other things you're involved in?
Oh, I teach a lot, and I speak a lot. Like I said, I'm a life coach, so I find myself in different. In fact, nowadays I find that when I travel, if I travel 10 times abroad every year, 8 times I'm on invitation to teach or to speak at different conferences. I speak at tech conferences. People will be like, what is he coming to say? You know, I speak at leadership and entrepreneurial conferences. I've spoken it's a thing that I just do. GB has invited me twice to Flutterwave.
Okay.
I've spoken twice in Flutterwave. Okay. So the last time I spoke there, I have this pet theory that the liberation of Nigeria is going to be by a small tribe of these young people. And when I say that, I mean that because they are constantly providing solutions for economics, for social things, these same people, this same small tribe, are the ones that will perfect biometric system and all of that. And at some point in Nigeria, NIN, BVN, voters card, and all of that will be linked.
Yes.
If you are not in the database, you cannot vote. So every voter can be accounted for. The fraud or the discrepancies in our election in the next 2-3 election cycle will be reduced to less than 10%. And that is from where the liberation will come. And when people think that the progress right now is in fintech and in technology, it is just an adumbration of what is to come within the election, within our political life. Because when you fix that, everything else will be fixed. Look at what happens when you in a hospital in Lagos State, and you say that time when it started, it's like, oh, you know those small cubicles, you go out, they say go and pay there. They say no, don't pay there anymore. Go to UBA or go to that bank and go and pay in that bank, and immediately everything begins to change. That is what the application of technology does. When you start to apply technology to every phase of governance and gather the data, that change that you thought was impossible will begin to change. We can begin to hold all our leaders responsible for whatever thing that they are not doing, because we can fall back and say, you are not going next year. All the voters, we have all of them, we reach them and say, this one, say non-entity is not going next year, and you will not go.
That's true.
And you cannot rig the process anymore. And so that's from where. So when I go to these places, I speak to them and I let them know that, look, you people are the change. You are the ones that will change this country. And it's not tomorrow. You are changing it now, but you think that you are doing it for money. But it is not for money. It's not the economics of it. It is going to affect, it is from the economics that it goes to the political. And then leadership will have no choice but all to bring everything under one, umbrella.
We're going to stop now. Let me thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I want you to make a public commitment that very soon you'll be back.
Oh, that's easy.
That's the camera.
I'll be back when Lekon says to come back.
No, when you come back from your migration. That's our little joke. Everyone, it's been nice having our brother, our friend, RMD with us on Timeless Conversations. We had timeless conversations, really. And I'm sure anytime we play this back, we'll say, okay, when are we doing it again? As soon as you're around again, we're going to do it. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you for having me.
Till next time, Lekon Gumba over here. Bye.
How are you? I'm fine. Chief, fine. Your office has taken a new look. Well, we're trying to just grow up like you people, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome to my office. And how are you? And how are the women? They are a national disaster. Please sit down, Chief. I don't believe you, Chief. Eh? You have quite a handful yourself, and they are causing me nothing but civil war and disorder. Come on, Chief. It can't be that bad. Eh? It is. Oh, it is. When they are not fighting, they are asking for money or vice versa. What time do they have to do anything else? They do, Chief. They find time to do. At least the women that I know do. You know what I mean? I sold it. Chief! What? It's okay, it's okay. Okay, so what is the name of the construction company? I don't.
Now, what next? God's avenging angels.
My mother prefers to call me the god of Oloibiri.
Yes, God. Twisted all over.
Oh, it's still better than a wannabe activist who never made it.
drugs with you.
What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve?
Fundamentally, hustle culture is about work dominating your time in such an unnatural way that we have no time to live our lives. The demanding nature of our world now, where people have to pay multiple bills, take care of family, has led to the need to make more money to meet those needs. Coupled with the constantly increasing cost of living and inflation, people can't stop working. The weekends are no longer spent relaxing and spending time with family, but catching up on work that couldn't be completed during the week or doing other side hustles that can provide that extra money to cover some bills. Now, people log in long hours and take on side hustles for many reasons. Eloho, a 28-year-old woman, has to take on multiple jobs of being an editor by day, an English language tutor by night, and an invigilator on the weekends.
The cost of living has really increased. Like, the inflation is at an all-time high. And salaries are not increasing that much. Even if they are, a friend of mine calculated it for me and said, even if you're earning like 100% more, now your expenses are not like 100% more. For example, I moved houses twice in the last 3 years, and now the rent I'm paying right now is like 200% of what I started with on this same salary. So I say my salary is for 3 different things. So like the day job is for living expenses. Electricity tariff has increased twice. There's water bill, there's light bill, there's so many things to consider. Then my 9th job is for skincare. Your skin starts caring when you take care of it. So and skincare is now more expensive, just keeps getting more expensive. So like things that make me happy, that's what one of my income streams goes to. Another is for rent. Specifically dedicated to paying rent. And you know, I'm also a firstborn, first daughter, first granddaughter, so there's black tax too.
Oyidamola Abati is another young person who has found herself juggling many jobs and gigs.
In terms of the juggling, it's not so hard anymore. People do it now, like especially now that the pandemic changed everything really. Before the pandemic, people used to ask me, how do you do it? But now, everybody has to learn how to do it. I have friends that are working 3 jobs, that are working 4 jobs. It's stressful, but, you know, we have to survive somehow. So, for me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure.
With the rising cost of living, many people don't have a choice but to work at multiple jobs and also own businesses. The economic realities and the proliferation of entrepreneurship has necessitated many into working multiple jobs and hustles to make ends meet. The average young Nigerian works at a job and does a small business on the side. With such little time to rest, it's no wonder burnout has cropped up in our vocabulary since 2020. Burnout is a condition that is classified as an occupational phenomenon by the World Health Organization resulting from workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. It is a state of physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. As the stress continues, you begin to lose interest and motivation that led you to take on certain roles in the first place.
Last December was the first December in 8 years I did not fall sick. And December, you have a little break. The first day of that break, that's when I fall sick. Because my body is used to like just going and going and going. And as soon as I stop, the body's like, you thought I forgot. So there's this. It's never, and what's part about my kind of sickness is that it's never something you can find. It's really just stress. So in December 2019, I traveled, because I like to travel home every year. I went to Warri, and one Sunday, I just woke up and my body was hot. And so I was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, no, I'm fine. I wasn't eating, and I'm a foodie, so if I'm not eating, it's really bad. So I wasn't eating, so many things were going on, but I was really just hot, and I was shaking. And then I said, no, I'm going to church. So I went to church, and before I knew it, I landed in a church clinic. And then my mom came and she was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. That was the only thing, Mommy, I'm tired. The doctor was like, there's nothing wrong with you, but your body is just hot and you look like you're about to faint. I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. So I lay my head on her shoulder. My doctor was like, you're actually very tired. And they just admitted me. So I was just lying there on the bed. I remember I was wearing a new dress based on it was December. And I keep saying, I tell people that my new dress was christened in the hospital. I was just lying on the bed, like IV in my arm, and I was just tired.
I was like, I'm done. And I was like, for now, I'm just going to focus on my lecturing job. I know that even though it's a little, it can still pay some bills during the month. And I'm just going to manage for this period. So I took like a 3 to 6 month break. I said I wasn't doing anything else. So eventually, when I was ready again and I felt mentally up to it, I started applying for jobs again.
While hustle culture glorifies overworking as a badge of honor, it often sets up an environment of fear, guilt, and shame, especially when you don't feel like running at the same pace as everyone around you, according to Nicole Kamak, a clinical psychologist and the CEO of Black Mental Wellness. To avoid burnout, here are some tips. Seek support. Make time or find time to rest. Burnout can be preempted by learning to take breaks in between work projects. Don't wait till you're tired and burn out before you take a deserving rest. Take note of the activities that re-energizes you and schedule them into your regular activity.
Hello, Nigerians. It's that time again of True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program that is all about Nigeria and Nigerians. Today, I have a special guest on the program. This is very unique to me because this particular guest is a major distraction to me, but I will explain that later. My guest is really, really loaded, both internationally, nationally, anyhow you want to look at it. She has achieved so much, which is why we're having her on True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time. Okay, talk is cheap. My guest on the program is a motivational speaker, an author of many books, many books. You need to see those books. She's a style icon. She's a host, a model, fashion designer, ambassador. She's also known as Empress of Miami. Yeah, that's in the United States, man. And she's also called High Maintenance. But the one that I love most is that because she brings a lot of joy to a lot of people, she's called Sunshine. Sunshine, you're my sunshine, baby. You're my sunshine, baby. Bam. End of song. If you are ready, for the first time on True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, let's meet Ife Ike. Our first and traditional question, Ife. How would you define a true Nigerian?
A true Nigerian, I think, is someone that cares about Nigeria and her people, someone that cares about the growth of Nigeria and actually takes action steps, to contributing to the betterment of Nigeria. Like you have to contribute to the growth of Nigeria to actually be a true Nigerian. It's not just being a citizen.
I agree with you totally. Yeah. So you see, it's not about you just sitting there and always complaining about how bad things are in Nigeria, but contributing
exactly
as a true Nigerian.
You don't like it? Work towards changing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. If you don't like Nigeria, work towards changing it instead of complaining.
Exactly.
I like that. Yeah. I like that. That's good.
Thank
you. Ife, you're an author. You've written a lot of books. Let me start from books. Peering through the depths of life. That caught my attention. What do you mean by that? And how did you become an author?
Well, first of all, peering through the depths of life, there's an element, there's a depth to every element of life. Everything in life has a depth to it. And in order for you to understand the depth of it, you have to peer through to unravel its intricacies, yeah? So my book is an inspirational book. I address issues of life. And I don't just address them from the surface or from the peripheral. I address them from the depth. So I look at everything in 4 dimensions. I want to understand how it happened, what could have happened, and how we can deal with it. So I think very deeply about each situation. And then I just share my thoughts in my books. That's what I do, because it's all about finding solutions to problems. We're always going to go through these problems because problems are the inevitable component of life, yeah, and the elements of our growth. But we cannot run away from the problems, right? We can't. We have to find solutions to the problems. Oh, the problems will repress us, will stifle us, and deprive us and even deter our growth and our success in life. So instead of running from the problems, you try to fix them. So I'm like the fixer. I want to fix them. I want to look for ways to fix them. I want to look for ways to address them so that we can live to our full potential, so that we can navigate our lives with ease. Right?
So that was what motivated you into writing the books.
Yes, because also I came from a lot of struggle, excruciating struggles, and I happen to have survived by the grace of God. With the help of the Holy Spirit, I survived. But not everyone can survive. Not everyone is spiritual, and not everyone can tap into their willpower to rise above their problems or to take control of their problems. So those of us that are able to do so with the help of God, because you can't even do it without the Holy Spirit, without God, yeah? So those of us that have been able to rise above our problems, that have learned to deal with our problems effectively, our responsibility is to transfer that strength, that energy to other people, because everyone confronts one type of problem or the other. Everyone.
Is there anything you've gone through that has made you this strong? Or because sometimes, you know, when the rich people talk about this thing, it's just talk because they've not really experienced
it. Yes, I know. No, darling. I've experienced it all. I've experienced the homelessness, the hunger, the confusion, the low self-esteem. I've experienced, you know, physical affliction. For instance, when I was barely 3 years old, you know, I was burned. Yeah, so I'm a burn survivor. And I even had burn, you know, like scarred, wounded, right? Like most part of my body. So I grew up with a lot of pain, like physical pain, mental and emotional pain. I even suffered mental trauma for over 20 years. So I'm not the girl that came from silver spoon or from perfection and from a perfect world. I don't know what a perfect world is. I actually created the perfect world that you see. Yeah. So no, I don't know that. I came from, I mean, what is it that you can go through in life that brings you so much pain? I've been through them already. I've never known a perfect life. I've never known, you know, a perfect world, like complete peace. Never had to. No. It started from barely the age of 3. So I've had to struggle to find my own place in this world. I've had to struggle to develop my self-esteem. I've had to struggle to be heard, to have an opinion that people can listen to. I've had to struggle to just love myself because I hated myself because of the burn and all the pain and the rejection from other people and the condemnation from other people. I've gone through it all, the hunger, sometimes like 3 days, I go with just one meal. You know, and I have to dance to even make that money. You know, like in this culture years ago, I don't know if they still do that, where you go to a party and you dance. Like, she know how to dance, they give you money. I fed like that. Do you understand? I mean, I've slept on the hallway, people's corridors, slept in the car, you know, fall asleep in a nightclub. As a little girl, follow grown people to the club because I didn't have a place to stay. And while they're dancing, I'm sleeping because I needed to sleep. So, no, I've been through it all. So I understand low self-esteem. I understand homelessness. I understand hunger. I understand rejection. I understand condemnation. I understand, you know, like viciousness. I understand hate, extreme discrimination, because I've been through them all. So when I address issues of life, I'm not coming from a place of imagination. You know, there's a difference between a master and a teacher. A teacher studied. They learned from other people. They read from books. They imagined. A master came from an experience. So I am not a teacher. I'm a master of what I do because it comes from my depth. Do you understand? It's from my essence. It's not from my mind where I have to read and memorize and imagine and think about. No. It stems from my essence, who I am. Everything that I am is from imperfection. I created perfection from imperfection. So my books, that's what they project. You understand? You can create a perfect world from an imperfect world because you're never going to find a perfect world. We all go through something. It may not be like mine. Your struggles may not be like mine, but that doesn't negate the fact that they are struggles. Do you understand that you're actually going through them? I always say what trivializes or magnifies a problem is your state of mind, your limitation. Yes? Even your physical condition, your financial condition. They can determine how you perceive the problem or how it can affect you.
Are you saying it shouldn't be like that?
No. What I'm saying is this, that everyone goes through a problem and everybody's problem is big. You cannot say this is bigger or this is smaller. It depends on the state of mind, your condition.
Was there times when you feel like suicidal or like giving up?
Oh, darling, I attempted suicide at age 8. I was 8 years old when I tried to kill myself because I couldn't take the pain anymore. I couldn't wake up and have to go through the pain. You know, Nigeria has 2 weather seasons, raining and dry season. So every rainy season, I'm a little okay because the weather is cool, yeah? Dry seasons, I suffer because my skin, the scar will itch so much and I will scratch until I bleed. And that means I always had a fresh wound every dry season. You're going through that, you're a little girl. And then there was another problem. I had a bedwet problem. I used to wet the bed. I was born with a weak bladder. But of course, this is not what Nigerian parents or families understand. They think that when a child wets the bed, it's because she's stubborn, she's wicked. No, darling. It could be a medical problem. But you would never know unless you go to the hospital and try to understand what's wrong with your child. I didn't know that it took marriage. It took marriage to identify that problem. It was my ex-husband's mother that took me to the hospital and they tightened my bladder. And then it stopped. I wet the bed till I was 17 years old. So I went through all kinds of abuse because the children in my vicinity, in our community, oh, you know, bum body, pissy for bed, because I had the body burn and then I'm wetting the bed. My goodness. Oh, and then, oh, mommy water. Oh, she's mommy water picking. Bum body, pissy for bed. So this is what, so I literally, it's like the abuse, is the physical pain, is the mental pain.
So it means that some of those
emotional pain.
Some of those difficulties came from our kind of tradition.
Our tradition, the aspects of our tradition that are very destructive. Very destructive. I'm telling you.
There are a lot of things in our tradition that I think we should take off.
It forces you into suicide. People say, oh, how can someone want to commit suicide? If you haven't been there, you would never know the degree of that problem. You never understand the state of that person's mind because you're not going through that problem. Sometimes like you go through certain situations like, why do I want to continue? Why do I want to keep living in this wicked world? I saw the world as a wicked world. In fact, when I left Nigeria, I was scared of even Nigerian people. I didn't want to be around them because I thought they were very wicked people. Where you will see a girl that is beautiful just because she's not the girl next door. In America, we call a regular girl the girl next door. Because she's not the girl next door. She's not the normal looking girl that you're used to. Then you believe or you assume that she's the reincarnation of the water goddess, Mami Water. And then you ask yourself, a nation that is so religious, that believes so much in God, how can you credit something beautiful or something perfect to the devil? Why couldn't you say, wow, look at God's creation. Look at God's masterpiece. Look at God's artwork. Why couldn't you say this is God's greatness? Why do you say Mami Water or Banje? Why do you have to always credit evil spirit for something peculiar or something nice or even something eccentric? Why? God is a mysterious God. He creates you according to your purpose. The way I look, I believe, was because of my purpose in life. Do you understand? I got to understand that. As I grew, as I hung out around a lot of Jewish people in California, and they made me understand how special, how beautiful, and how everything about me is according to the will of God for my life.
That's why the devil wants to destroy you early.
Exactly. Let me tell you something. The strings of destiny. You know, this thing that we do in our culture where we hurt children because, oh, this is a witch. You know, because they still do that in Akwa Ibom, Calabar, yeah? Oh, they pick up this child and go, this child is a witch. Let's kill him. Oh, this albino, oh, let's kill him. There's a Ogbanje in this one, let's do this, let's do that. What they are doing is actually they are contributing to the brokenness of society. They're contributing to, you know, the lack, the backwardness, the stagnancy that we suffer. Because those children, they've been created for a purpose to establish something that God willed upon that land. And you go and you kill that child. Maybe the child is supposed to be the president that will bring about, you know, a positive change. Maybe the child that will be, maybe that preacher that will set his children free. Maybe the child that will bring the one with the biggest vision that would bring about the growth, the progress of that nation, you destroy that child.
I mean, look at what you have achieved.
Do you
now.
understand? The strings of destiny is a connectivity that enables us to develop ourselves as individuals, develop one another, and contribute to a society. So when you kill this one child, those people whose destinies are stringing along with this child, you have destroyed, or you have impeded their growth, you have deterred their progress because the source is being destroyed. We must be careful what we do with our children, how we condemn people. Listen, because who this person is and what they do, do not resonate with you, doesn't mean they're less of a person, or doesn't mean that Mamiwata or Banje or all these lesser gods. I call them lesser gods because the Almighty Jehovah, the Elohim, the Rose of Sharon, the Lily of the Valley, is the greatest, and he does all things powerful that you cannot even begin to understand beyond man's comprehension. I don't care how handsome, how educated that you are, there are things that God will do that you cannot even begin to fathom.
That's
and
true.
it's okay. You cannot understand everything in life. Don't try too hard to understand everything. And something you don't understand, research. It's got nothing to do with your journey in life. God will only reveal to you something that is an element of your journey. So we have to address these issues. All of those aspects of our tradition that are destroying our children, they must be abolished.
I totally agree with you. There was a time when if you have twins in Nigeria, they will kill
and it
them
took
because they are
Mary
twins.
Slessor.
Yeah?
It took Mary Slessor, right, for that to be abolished.
Yeah.
Because human beings, make this laws and these traditions and all of that, and human beings can abolish them.
And
but
today, everybody's praying for twins.
Do you want? Some people are even praying for one. You're talking about twin. What is wrong with having twin? This is God's creation. This is God's creation. Why do you condemn what God created? Why do you condemn? God has a reason.
And then there's also the ones that they shave a woman's hair or wash the corpse and have the woman drink.
If your husband dies, they accuse you of
traditions
they wash. How can you wash the cups and have a woman drink from? Oh gosh, what kind of tradition is that? We need to abolish such evil and destructive traditions. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and everyone has the right to live to their full potential. God has a will for us, for each and every one of our lives, and we have to live. We have to fulfill that purpose. No one should be deprived.
Why are you attracted to community service? It's like you have a passion for community service.
Well, darling, like I say...
Is it because of your past, or it's just...
Oh, no. Like I say, I'm a patriotic citizen.
True Nigerian.
Yes, a true Nigerian. And like I say, if you don't like it, do something to change it. And you can't give what you don't have.
I have to repeat that. If you don't like what is going on in Nigeria, do something to change it.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
You understand? And you can't give what you don't have. You have to give from what you have. And what I have is problem solving. Do you understand? I'm all about thinking about solutions and working creative. If I have to learn something new to fix that problem, I do. That's what I do. And I do that constantly. So I'm thinking that in order to fix our problem, we have to also fix the people. Right? And what I do as a motivational speaker, I try to help people balance their emotions. I try to help them change their attitude. Because you need the attitude to not change.
Attitude is everything.
To change your environment.
Yeah.
To change your life and your environment, you have to change your attitude. So I like to address those issues. You understand? So that's even what I'm doing with the Amnesty, our company, Jedisco, doing this program, this, center, agricultural center, agricultural training center. And what I do as a communication director, I deal with the people's emotions. I talk to them about self-development, empowerment, compassion, interaction. I talk to them about, civic responsibilities. I talk, about these things that would contribute to fixing the issues in our society, to fixing their issues. Because remember, Nigeria is just a geographical location. we, the citizens, make the location significant. So when you say Nigeria, we are Nigeria. If you want to fix Nigeria, you have to fix the people, because the people will have to fix Nigeria. And the way you can fix the people is just help them with their mentality. Because they have, everyone is responsible to empower themselves, not government, like we think. Government is responsible to structure the society to enable the environment upon which you can build your life, but you are responsible to develop yourself and to empower yourself.
True talk. True Nigerian indeed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I do is offer what I have, learn what I can learn, and transfer the knowledge, because we owe each other that. Share knowledge, right? I learn, I transfer the knowledge. I study, I transfer the knowledge, because I want to see the change. So I want to contribute to the change that I want to see. I don't want to be a nuisance. People that complain a lot, darling, I'm sorry, those are the nuisance in our society. Don't complain, work.
Don't complain, work.
Work.
Don't complain, work.
You don't expect machines to do the work. Human beings will do the work. The countries that we admire so much that we all want to move and live in, human beings structured those countries, not machines. It took creative minds, innovative minds. It took people that are willing and ready and passionate to structure those societies. So we have to develop the same attitude. And we have to work.
Attitude is a major problem in Nigeria.
Our major problem, the attitude. Because the same attitude, you know, we think my sister should do it, my brother, why don't you do it? You do it.
And then you have a lot of incompetent people in position.
Spirit of dependency. We struggle with the spirit of dependency. That's why we're begging society. We're very dependent on other people. And that's why we can't develop ourselves and develop our nation. In order for us to develop Nigeria, we have to develop ourselves as individuals. Because it's true, your own development, you can develop your environment. You can't give what you don't have. Machine cannot develop your society.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us.
No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges act with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression on his beat or that he's wasting your time, but if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of the security officer, especially conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
And on Plus TV News now. NLC President Jai Rivas continues struggling after honoring the invitation over the left purge Alpha Masiba is sworn in as the 32nd NBA President. The Israeli army says 5 armed Palestinians killed in West Bank. And a warm good evening and welcome. I'm Emmanuel Olububuku and this is News Now. The Niger Labour Congress NLC President Joe Ajaero has pledged to continue to fight for the welfare of Nigerian workers despite any distractions, allegations of terrorism financing, and Maxwell Okpara and other lawyers. Ajaero stated that the union is set